Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. I trust you are well and welcomed here. Oops. If you know the Gayatri mantra, I'd like to begin with that. And if you know it, you're welcome to join along with me. Aum Bhur-Bhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Nah Prachodayat. As we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this live stream as being a welcoming space, open for everyone, regardless of background, identity, orientation, belief system. In other words, I hope you, dear viewer, know that this space is one for you to express yourself, and I hope to include everyone's expression. Hello, dear Exo Style. Namaste. May we come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. Hello, Assad. Welcome, dear Anna. Thank you for your good night wishes. Namaste, Angel. Dear Melinda, you just wanted to pop in and say hi. Well, hello. It's your mom's birthday, so you're busy. Oh, totally understandable. Besides, your mother has so much more wisdom, as all mothers do, than I. So, I hope you enjoy your time, and my best birthday wishes to your mom. Namaste, Natalia. Dear Assad, you share you're going on a walk tonight. How lovely. I'm a big fan of walks. Thank you, dear Brandy. And thank you, dear Angel. Welcome. Hello, dear Shadow. Now, as I continue to introduce our lovely guests, I would like to open the question of the day for everyone to explore together. I realize that it's hiding there. Today I wonder, what do you see in your inner child that can be acknowledged? Maybe it's something that has been forgotten, perhaps something that's hurt, maybe something that deserves recognition. Namaste, dear Bubbles. Namaste, billionaire. Angel, you share so much. So much in the inner child can be acknowledged. I like that. Happy to hear that you still find lots of love for a favorite video game of yours, dear Shadow. Dear Miso, you ask a supplementary question. How can we figure this out if we're so far away from our inner child? It may appear as though we're far away, but that's only if we're living on the surface of life. But actually, we've placed our sense of self in the ways we express ourselves, not realizing that expression comes from a deep place within where you truly are. And there, truly, you will find your inner child to be who you are. So all you have to do is ask yourself, you are that. You couldn't be any closer. Dear Brandy, thank you for your blessings of 7 roses to start our Sangha off tonight. How lovely it is to receive even a single rose. But the greatest gift is your company. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear Chloe Evans. Dear Billy, in your inner child, you acknowledge excitement and joy, and expressing it without inhibitions. I love that. And thank you, Ryle, if that's how I pronounce your lovely and unique name, for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. Dear Orla, you recognize an inherent optimism and unconditional love to all. That is absolutely a part of our inner child, isn't it? Dear Coops, you can acknowledge a lack of guidance, and with that, a newfound opportunity to guide our inner child now that we are older and wiser. Good evening, Crossfires, and good morning, Lone Wolf. Happy to have you here and delighted to know that you find value in the recordings. Dear Isabella, you share that you appreciate your playful, cunning nature the most. I like those aspects of you too. Dear Bryce, you acknowledge, unfortunately, lots of trauma and bullying. You don't remember much of your childhood because of it. That's very understandable, and something that you're not alone with for going through. Thank you, Cook One Monster. Namo Buddhaya, dear Chloe. Good evening, S. McCormick. Dear BM5x5, you ask if I model. I do not, but I hope every day to become more of a role model. As the greatest gift I can give this world is to be a reflection of all that it's capable of. And thank you, dear Austin, for your heart me and tiny. Dear Miso, you acknowledge in your inner child the idea of having best friends. I like that. Namaste, Miriam. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses too. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, dear Billy. And greetings, everybody loves Raven. And hello, Talon. I am on relatively early tonight, aren't I? And Lone Wolf, thank you for your rose and pair of tiny tinies. Yahoo! I hear them say. Thank you, Austin, for your 33 roses. Another 5. And 21 of them. Even a single rose is unexpected, but deeply appreciated. Om Sum Sum. Wait, what's the mantra for the sun? Om Sum Suryaya Namaha. Dear Iris, you share that your inner child trusts the adult version of you with all of her heart. It makes you a better person. That's beautiful. I love how perhaps with the possibility of trust that was there in our childhood, we find expression of that now that we're older and towards the person that we have grown to be. How healing is that? Namaste, dear Loopy Lane. There's a lot of beauty in that perspective, dear Bryce. I'm so grateful for all the beautiful perspectives that I get to understand through all of you. And thank you, dear Usha Bai, for your hanging lights and tiny yippee. And thank you, everybody loves Raven, for your TGIF. I'm a big fan of Fridays. Thank you. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Ragnhildur, you recognize in your inner child insecurity and fear. It's very vulnerable of you, and thank you for your honesty. Yeah. Dear Talon, you share that these past weeks have been so trying and difficult for you. You cry every day, and you're glad you have these lives. I'm honored to be a part of your journey in whatever capacity I can, and you're not alone in going through periods of turmoil. Your tears are a beautiful and sincere expression of how hard you try, and that to me is enough. Dear Chihiro, you share that your inner child has a lot of shame and guilt that you need to work through as an adult. That's a beautiful expression of truth within you too. I'm grateful that you have a chance to share that here. Dear Loopy Lane, you observe indoctrinated self-sabotage. Wow. That's very powerful and real. Thank you for sharing something so vulnerable with you too. And real. Thank you for sharing something so vulnerable with you too. My connection disconnected me for a moment. Do let me know when I have returned, so that I may be able to connect with you. Thank you. I wanted to read dear Gregor G's comment that you once heard, if all time is happening at once, we must care for our inner child and thank our inner elder. I like that. We talk often of our inner child. There's more room for discussion of the inner elder too. Dear Starcat, you ask if I meditate a lot. With each moment, I try to be meditative. Hello, dear Neon Jello Pack. Much love to you, Palma. And thank you, Gabriella, for your heart me too. Om Kring Kalikai Namah. Oh, that's a beautiful sentiment, dear Chihiro. I hope this space does feel like a safe one for us to explore challenging things together. Perhaps my connection not the strongest at this moment. May we have patience during these challenging technical moments. Hello, Inevitable, and hello, Anazak. And thank you, dear Theo, for your heart me too. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Theo, you share that this is a good question of the day. It's not something you can just answer your thinking. It take as much time as you need. And if you just want to listen to what others have to share, that's wonderful too. Thank you, dear Grey Guard team. Seems it has returned for many people. Oh, good. I'm happy to hear that. Dear Candy Cat, you share that you felt so closed off from your inner child for so long, you wouldn't even know where to start. That's very real too. Thank you for sharing that. If I may give perhaps a suggestion in a direction you could follow, maybe look at the children around you in your life and ask, what do they reflect as something that's deep within me? And how can I understand myself through them? Thank you, Theo, for your heartmeat. Inevitable, thank you for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And dear Miso, thank you for your quintet of ice creams. Dum Dargaye Namaha. And thank you, Bryce, for your heartmeat too. Jaya Sitaram. Hello, dear Angela. Mallory, you share that observing my nature has made you listen to a call from your heart for more authenticity, and for that you thank me. Oh, all that is possible within you, I could never take credit for. I'm only honored to be able to reflect back on you, everything beautiful within. Thank you, dear Theo, for your flowers as well. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Bryce, thank you for your team bracelet. 23 of them to be exact. Kling Kalikaye Namaha. Dear Candy Cat, you share that you don't really have kids in your life. None of your own and none of your friends either. Perhaps you can somehow surround yourself by them. Maybe there are volunteer opportunities for you in daycare or childcare in general. Being surrounded by young voices is so healing to our inner repressed voices too. Otherwise, we can also engage in things that we used to when we were children too, such as watching childhood favorite movies, TV shows, re-listening to books or stories, or playing with our favorite toys again. Not embarrassing. It's so precious and beautiful. Much love, Mallory. Dear Crossfires, you ask which part of the inner child needs to be acknowledged. Perhaps whichever one that has not been acknowledged by our guardians growing up. Dear Blade Surge, what would you like to hear in Sanskrit? I can tell you many words, many mantras. Dear Angela, you wonder what nationality I am. I happen to be born in Canada and have lived here my whole life. And hello, dear Zadina Jorain. My night has been well. Thank you for asking. Dear Mina, for you, part of your inner child that you seek and be acknowledged must be the part that didn't feel safe to cry. And you share that you were told that you look ugly when you cry by your mom. Oh, your tears are beautiful. Crying is always a beautifully authentic thing to do. And as they say, authenticity is the highest vibration. And thank you, dear Zanina Charen, for your 6 roses too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear Anna, thank you for your music play too. Om Namo Buddhaya. Dear Theo, you share that you cried with the people. Crying with people are the people you're most bonded with today. I love that. Yeah. What a moment of connection. Dear Nish, something you acknowledge in your inner child is your love for all animals, even insects. I like that. And thank you, dear Angela. Welcome, Dopamine Queen. Candy Cat, you share that you had such a hard and traumatic childhood. You never really got to be a kid, sadly. Probably the reason it's so hard to connect to that part of you. That makes a lot of sense to me. And the best part of getting older is that no one can tell you when to be a kid or not to be. That's something now you get to decide in each moment. What a wonderful time to be a kid now that you have an opportunity. To tell you the truth, I never feel like an adult. And I doubt I ever will. We can be a kid, even in these older bodies. Sure, we might have more responsibilities, and we might directly experience the reality of suffering in the world. But none of that has the power to take away your spirit, that ever new, ever loving, ever pure spirit. In fact, it's what the world needs most from you. And thank you, dear Bryce, for the subscription too. Always happy to have a space for you here, and I look forward to our continued journey as it crosses paths time and time again. Om Param Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. And dear Anna, growing up too, you feel the same, literally, just bigger, right? I got a bigger body, I got more thoughts in my head, but my heart, also physically bigger, and maybe even symbolically bigger too. But that consciousness, that love, that witness, ever the same. Dear Diane, you acknowledge in your inner child feeling of a need to cry. And that's very pure too. And dear Mina, you're hoping for a lot of healing for everyone who had a hard childhood. You are all awesome. Thank you for sharing that, dear Mina. I wish to echo that too. And in any way in which this can be a healing space for everyone's inner child here, I wish to dedicate that intention to you. And dear Brandon, you acknowledge your ability to be anxiety-free. I love that. Thank you as well for your 6 roses and some hand hearts. Here's some for you too. Om Som Somaya Namaha. And thank you, Dopamine Queen, for another TGIF. Let us celebrate this day. Radhe, Radhe. You're fun to watch too. You acknowledge survival. Yeah. Sometimes we feel like we have to fight for our existence. Heavy, but valid. I'm so happy to hear that, dear Brandon. Dear this guy, you recognize your inner child, and one of your core attachments is to curiosity. I like that a lot too. And will you share that you think there is a childlike curiosity and wonder that you use in your creative process as an adult? What a wonderful observation too. And Theo, you grew up in daycare, so you've always been surrounded with kids. But when not with kids, you are the youngest. I like that. Beautiful. Thank you, Theo, for your baker's dozen worth of roses too. Jaya Sita Ram. And dear Kev, thank you for your heart me. Om Namah Shivaya. Thank you, Brandon, for another 6 roses too. Hare Krishna. And Kev, thank you for your hearts. Om Namo Rudraya. And thank you, Bryce, for another rose. And fireworks. Very beautiful. My favorite part of these fireworks that you've sent is they're not as loud as the real ones. Easier on the ears. Thank you. I'm going to pause our exploration of the question of the day there for now, but thank you all for exploring it with me. And as I said, in any way I can open this space up to be a discovery-centric approach to healing our inner child, and I open this whole live stream up with that intention. Dear Kay, you have a quick question about which path I follow in the Sanatana Dharma. Your guess is Gaudi or Bhakti. I feel like the entirety of the Sanatana Dharma is my path. I love the beautiful Bhakti that exists in the Gaudiya tradition, stemming from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and modern saints like A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And I have so much devotion for various forms of Vishnu like Krishna and Rama, but I see every path as one in which I have the honor of finding truth in. As such, I have a lot of affection not just for Vaishnavism, but for Shaivism, as well as Shaktiism. I love Tantra, I love Vedanta, I love the Sankhya philosophy, I love yoga. It's just all so wonderful. I also am having so much love for other dharmic traditions like Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and a growing fondness towards the Abrahamic paths too. I just see so much value in every path. I'm honored to just be a human being surrounded by people of various faiths and cultures. May you have a wonderful run, dear Bryce. Mallory, you shared that it is said that when people do a 3-day darkness meditation, everyone mourns the lost inner child. And it is said that we are naturally genius. We all limit ourselves for survival. Those are some powerful sayings. Thank you for sharing that, Joe. Dear Jay, you share that in your inner child, you see Source, life trying to figure itself out. I love that. I have also heard that in some traditions, they regard the source of the universe to be like a baby, and out of innocent, creative frustration, the universe was born. And I find that to be so pure, to look at the divine in the same way we might look at a baby. We do that in many cultures, like baby Jesus of Christianity and baby Krishna of Vaishnavism. Dear Anna, you ask, what's my opinion on Sankhya? Well, I haven't studied it directly, so there's more room for me to understand what exactly is or isn't Sankhya, but I hear it's a very logical, philosophical deconstruction of our existence. Oftentimes, Sankhya is at the root of many enumerations on the spiritual path. They like to categorize things in terms of distinct categories. Very cool. Part of one of the 6 classical schools of Indian philosophy. But you know, there's so much Sankhya in Vedanta, there's so much Sankhya in yoga, that I just kind of see all of Indian philosophy as a beautiful tapestry expressing the living truth in just so many different ways. So for me, it's hard to tell what is Sankhya and what constitutes other philosophical interpretations. And thank you, Positive Guy, for the rose you sent and friendship necklace too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. You ask, what about Taoism? Taoism is a lovely thing that I find a lot of truth in too. Dear Frank, you asked if you missed the question of the day. We just wrapped up the question of the day, but it was about our inner child. Any part of our inner child that can be acknowledged. What do you see? Zadina Toren, you share that you were diagnosed with autism recently. So, being weird in a way, instead of struggling to fit in. Weirdness is a beautiful trait of being unique. Your uniqueness is wonderful, and I love that about you. I love that about you all. Dear Gregor G, you ask if we can read a possible Tao Te Ching verse. We can, but I'd have to get the book. It's on the other side of my room right now. Dear Naked Owl Music, I'm happy that you appreciate all that I bring to this world. There's more where that comes from. You ask if I have any tips on a vocal blockage. I find that your natural state is one where you express yourself freely. If there is any sort of room to express yourself more freely, then that means coming back into knowledge of the fact that you may express yourself exactly as you deem fit for this moment. Worry not about how it is perceived. Let go of the judgment that may come from it. Your voice is not just for others to hear your story, but it's also simply for you to be able to sing, even if you are singing to the stars, to your bathroom mirror, to your stuffed animal, to a tree, to the sky, to the moon, to the sun. Let your voice be heard by the universe and by yourself. Sing without trying to fall in line to any sort of expectation. Just as you are right now is enough. If your voice sounds agitated, stuttery, if your voice sounds weak, if it is quiet, even that speaks to your journey in this moment and is a full expression of where you are at now. Namaste. Thank you, dear Dale. Thank you, Tati Monica, for your presence here. Much love. Now, there is some things I'd like to share with you all. If you will allow me to treat you, I would like to share with you all another section of show and tell from a dear viewer named Loving Guidance. She has shared with us some nature photos, just for all of us to enjoy together. She has written that the ocean at sunsets calms the soul. Nature gives us loving, healing energy, and the sun fills your spirit with uplifting energy. She also writes that I am a holistic healer and spiritual teacher. We are all capable of healing ourselves, and I share many tools on healing, mental well-being, and spirituality on YouTube, Loving Guidance 44. With that, bring to the screen some of her beautiful photographs just above my head we can look at together. Here there is a wonderful photo of a body of water, and we can see a clock tower and the sun shining through the clouds, nearing dusk, and a beautiful tree in silhouette just above the horizon. There's another angle where the clock tower is more visible. We can see a beautiful gradient from yellow to soft orange, even a little red, purple, and of course blue. Similar time of night, there is what looks to be a bay at a beach, and we can see reflected in the water the hues of the sky too. Here we have another beach, this time at a lighter time of day. Wonderful white waves crashing, blue sky, wispy clouds, very sandy beach. You can imagine the sounds of the waves crashing on the shore. And here's a sunset, with the sun looking like a brilliant, glowing gem just on the horizon. We see a whole rainbow of color, from deep auburn through red, orange. If you look really closely, there's even some green, turquoise, and blue. I love that flare, the lens flare. And look at this nature too. Tree looking like a fractal, branches stemming from branches. Place of relaxation for sure. Second to last, we have this valley with green trees, a bay, some mountains with snow on top, a little haven for the houses down there and the people that live in such a beautiful place. And finally, there's another angle in which we get to see the huge mountains high above the clouds on this bright and sunny day. Oh, how incredible this view is. Thank you for sharing, dear loving guidance. And thank you, everyone, for bringing some attention to that which meant something for this user. Very breathtaking, I agree, dear Candy Cat. And as always, anyone else who would like to share something, just like dear loving guidance, you can do so by going to the Show and Tell application in the link tree in my bio, and I'd be happy to host something that means something to you here. Namaste. Thank you, positive guy. Or did I thank you for these gifts? Or are these new ones? I think I did thank you for these ones you sent several minutes ago. But nonetheless, my gratitude remains the same. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear Anazak, thank you for your quartet of finger hearts. Om Kring Kalikai Namha. And Kate, thank you for your pair of donuts and finger hearts too. Radhe Radhe. Angela, you asked, where is my bio? Bio is the space on my profile where I get to write some sentences about myself, a biography. You'll find just below that or somewhere around that is a link, linktr.ee// bit.ly linktree with the dot before the EE / my username YAMSOX Yamsox. And dear Ross V, thank you for that rose you sent a moment ago too. Radhe Radhe. And Silent Storm, thank you for your heart me too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Temp, you ask, do I ever get tired of being this nice and zen? Every day there are challenging moments in which my natural tendency is to become reactive. An emotion arises and perhaps I could lose my patience. And sometimes I do. But every time I do that, I ask myself, how can I learn from that experience so that I retain my power of peace and happiness instead of giving it so freely away to something that's temporary, that's going to be resolved in a matter of seconds to minutes to hours to days, when I have such a life to live beyond that time span. All I know is that this world needs love the most, more than anything, and it's very hard to fulfill that purpose when we are feeling agitated or frustrated. It does require effort to bring our mind towards the positive, but as we continue to do it, it becomes more and more effortless. Just like practicing a new skill. In the beginning, we struggle with it. Maybe we get frustrated and give up. But as we keep returning to it, then we start learning it like it's the back of our hand. And before long, it's second nature. Thank you, Callie Bailey Ray, for the rose you sent to. Namo Rudraya. Dear Chrissy, you share that you saw a large white feather today on the ground, a sign of an angel. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Chrissy. And hello, dear Renvox. Alright, I would like to read a short section of this book together that we've been reading, a few pages at a time. This book is called The Hidden Power in Humans, about chakras and kundalini, types of spiritual energy that exist in the yogic system, as described by the author Paramahansa Swami Maheshwarananda, the Vishwa Guruji of one of our dear Sangis, Usha, who had sent this book to me all the way from Serbia for free, just because she found value in it and value in the space for sharing it. And I'm honored to fulfill that possibility. We're nearing the end of this book now, and we just have a couple other concepts to talk about. As we've gone through the basics of the yogic philosophy, and each chakra, including the secret Bindu chakra that's only known by a few oral tradition masters until it was first written down in this book. If you ever wanted to listen to earlier parts of this book for free, I upload each section to my Yamsox Lives YouTube channel in a dedicated playlist too. Let's see where we left off reading last time. We left off talking about samadhi, superconsciousness, but even that is not said to be the highest state of consciousness, which is cosmic consciousness, where the consciousness unifies with every atom of creation. In his Yoga Sutras, Patanjali describes 3 techniques, the practice and mastery of which will lead us to this supreme state of consciousness. These are dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. Dharana means concentration. In concentration, we direct our consciousness towards a single object. For example, a bija mantra, a single seed syllable like Om, withdrawing it completely from all other things. For this, it is crucial that we focus our attention totally on a single point. Concentration on one point also means to remain on the path you have begun with singular quiet determination. Dhyana is meditation. This is the next step after concentration, when the feeling of I, me, myself, and my begins to dissolve in the object. In other words, the subject is becoming unified with the object of meditation. This is the preliminary stage to samadhi. One cannot learn meditation. When the body and mind are correctly attuned and have become quiet and pure, the meditative state occurs by itself, just as sleep overcomes us by itself when we go to bed in the evening. Samadhi is the supreme consciousness in which knower, knowledge, and object of knowledge unite. The subject, the object, and the relationship between them. I would like to know. I am the knower. I would like the knowledge. With the union of these 3 points of view, the certainty and experience of I am that, Soham, occurs. Because, in reality, we are that for which we are seeking. When, with this knowledge, our self unites with the divine self, it is like a radiant sunrise, like the beginning of a day after a long, dark night. It is the union of the drops with the ocean, the rays with the sun. All sorrow, all fear, all types of adversity is dukkha. And now, these only exist while karmas exist, and all karmas burn in the fire of the divine knowledge. This is the process of moksha, liberation, the goal of yoga. And welcome, dear Judagur. I'll be happy to attend to your questions as soon as I finished reading. But with this, the path of development is by no means an end, because knowledge has no end. Rather, now begins a new phase of spiritual evolution, and in reality, it is only now that the real yoga journey begins. We no longer grope around in front of us like the blind, but now progress consciously along the path with vision and without doubts or uncertainty. The consciousness of realized ones is so clear and pure that they are able to perceive the vibration of the self as light and sound. This unforgettable experience changes their lives fundamentally and permanently. They no longer identify with body, mind, senses, emotions, qualities, worldly position, or profession. Their inner bliss is unshakable. The chains of karma dissolve and all associated attachments vanish. Atmajnanis, which means knowers of the self, realized ones, are fully conscious of their divine existence as unlimited, unchanging, eternal beings. They discover the entire universe within and also identify the self with the cosmos. My body is the whole earth. My consciousness expands in all four cardinal directions. My prana is the energy that flows in every atom of the universe. All elements in the universe are my elements. I am the infinite space. My consciousness, Chidakasha, encompasses the entire cosmos. This cannot be experienced by the intellect alone. Only when knowledge, knower, and object become one. In the realization of the unity of Soham, I am that, all questions are answered and all desires fulfilled. The knower no longer exists. Knowledge no longer desired. There is no knowledge to acquire or any object to know. In the fullness of perfect existence, any desires are extinguished. To have this experience means realization of the truth, self-realization, and God-realization. In his well-known bhajan, Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham, Sri Adi Shankaracharya praised the God-realized, liberated consciousness. Allow me to do my best to improvise this song without knowing the inherent rhythm or melody. Mano bhudyayham karachita nanaham nacha shrotra jihvena jagrana netre nacha vyoma bhumirna dejona vayu Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Nacha Prana Sangyona Vai Pancha Vayur Navasapta Dhaturna Va Pancha Kosha Navakpani Bhadana Chopashta Payu Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Name dvesha ragao name lobha mohao Madhu naiva me naiva matsarya bhava Na dharmo na chartho na kamo na moksha Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Na punyam na papam na saukyam na dukham Na mantro na tirtham na veda na yagya Aham bhojanam naiva na bhukta Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Na me mrityu shanka na me jati medha Pita naiva me naiva mata cha janma Na bandhur mitram gurur naiva shishya Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham Aham nirvikalpo nirvakara rupo vibhur vyapya sarvatra sarvendriyanam sada me samatvam na muktir na bandha Chidananda Rupa Shivoham Shivoham. And the translation of that Sanskrit, I will improvise too. I am not this mind, nor intellect, ego, or consciousness, nor the jnanindriyas, the organs of perception, or the tattvas, the elements. My form is pure consciousness and absolute bliss. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. I am neither the 5 pranas, the flows of breath, nor the 7 dhatus, minerals, nor the 5 koshas, sheaths of my being, nor this bundle of karmas, activities. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. In me exists neither attachment nor duality, neither greed nor jealousy, neither hate nor anger. I have nothing to do with the illusion of ego, and also I am not bound by the 4 laws of the Purushartha, which are descriptions of the 4 goals in life: dharma, fulfillment of one's duty; artha, prosperity; kama, ethical way of life; and moksha, liberation. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. I have neither sin nor virtue, nothing to do with either happiness or sorrow, or with mantras, pilgrimage, the Vedas, or ceremonies. I am neither the food, nor the one nourished, nor the enjoyer of. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. I am the Atma, the true Self, immortal and unborn. Time, space, and death have no power over me. I have neither father nor mother, nor relatives nor friends, nor teacher nor student. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. I am desireless and formless. I exist in all beings. I am not bound nor require liberation. My form is truth, consciousness, bliss. I am Chidananda Rupa Shiva, the Supreme Self. Let's pause our reading of the hidden power in humans there for now. So thank you for listening. May this reading be an offering to that Supreme Self in you, dear viewer. Let us continue discussing the nature of samadhi, super consciousness, as we continue reading next time. Namaste. With that, we may open up the Sangha to discuss anything on your hearts and minds. Thank you, dear Shakira, for the heart you sent whilst we read. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Gregorji, you share that you thought of a question before Sangha to ask. May have been before, but what could I say? I'll patiently await the next part of moment. Insignificance of their hair. Their hair. Well, you know, our hair is a way of expressing ourselves, and there's a lot of symbolism in our hair. The great saints Rhett and Link of Good Mythical Morning once made a song about the direction of our hair. If it's short, then it flows up like a rocket. If it's long, then it flows down like a waterfall. Hair has a lot of symbolism. And in spirituality too, we find monks that either cut it all off as a sign of non-attachment, or they let it grow as a sign of non-attachment. Anything in between means we're trying to manufacture some precedent for how we express ourselves, this length, this form. But naturally, you'll find a lot of spiritual people, they either let it go or they let it grow. And you can tell which camp I fall into. Thank you, dear John F., for your ice cream cone too. Om Namah Krim Ambita Me Shorim Nadita Me Rim Devita Me Ain Saraswatyai Swaha. Welcome, dear Tatvamasi too. And thank you for your quintet of roses. Jaya Nisargadatta Maharaj. VYV Fragrance, thank you for your rose too. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. Rhaegar, you share that the indigenous people claim the long hair is like magic antenna. I love that. That's very beautiful. I've noticed that a lot of indigenous communities embrace their hair. And if they do shave their hair often, they'll leave one strand, one braid. And we talked about that in the hidden power of humans too, as a way of applying some pressure on the Bindu chakra around the cowlick to activate it. And thank you, dear Hrisi, for your heart, me too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, dear Kali. Nice to have you here. And welcome, Steve M. I love how much kindness gets shared around this space. I'm honored to be here. Oh, there's a name for that strand of hair that they keep, Tatvamasi. Tupi. I like that. Tupi or not tupi? That is the question. Hello, dear flower. I am well. Thank you for asking. And thank you for bringing your peace and love here, dear McLean. And thank you, Stephen, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Speaking of which, welcome, dear Separatio. You ask, does hair connect to electrical universe? Well, you know, in science class, if they ever bring out, what is it called? The Van der Waals generator? I think the static electricity generator that has a belt of rubber that spins and it brushes against a metal dome. And if you put your hands on it, then the electrons flow through the body, since humans are pretty electrically conductive as far as things go, into the hair. And then all of that same charge in the hair makes the hair go away from each other. So you get this afro looking thing happening with our hair. I suppose there is a way in which static electricity affects our hair. But the material universe is a place in which the spirit gets to experience play. Ultimately, everything that happens on a physical level is an expression of a deeper spiritual principle. One needn't worry so much about one's body to have a spiritual experience, but our body is that which embodies the spirit, and so it's our instrument of expression. Rodrigo, you would describe this live stream as a little island of love. That's very sweet. And good night, dear Chloe. Allie Bailey Ray, you ask, what inspired my search for peace like this? Pose the most fundamental inspiration there is. Suffering. Those that have suffered the most know just how valuable the quest to go beyond that suffering is. And dear Anne, you share that you find my presence so soothing in this chaotic time. You're very welcome, and it's the least I could do for a world which is so much in rush, is be a point of stillness that can reflect that serenity that exists within you. Black Onan, you ask, why is there no debate between sitting and standing wipers? Because they are unaware of each other. Very deep. I'm very happy to be here with you, dear Jackie. And dear Flower, you wonder what I think of Celtic runes and if I use them. I'm unaware of Celtic runes, though I should be more aware given that it's my ancestry, since my grandmother is quite Celtic. Dear Lekonen, you share that we cannot truly touch each other because there is always a repellent force in the atomic level. That may be true on the particle side of the duality of particles. However, the wave side shows that particles are not localized at all. In fact, every particle has a part of its wave function in each part of this whole universe. And on that side of the duality, there is nothing that is not touching each other. Even if we were separated by the whole universe in between, our wave functions would overlap and we would be touching. And thank you, dear Renvox, for your tiny as well. Yippee! Dear Stephen, you would like me to do my talents? Wait, you ask if do my talents extend to getting you back in your girl's good books? The good books of others are authored only by those whom penned them. I could never interfere with their free will. And it's always up to that person to decide how much they wish to let you into their life or not. what we can do is give them lots of space and love and respect their boundaries. And perhaps over time, if they are open to it, they will be able to make some room for you, given the trust that takes time to develop again. It's said that there's a 5-to-1 ratio when it comes to forgiveness. Every negative act requires 5 times more time to regain that trust, as well as 5 times as many positive acts. So we have to do our best to provide as much positivity as we can in order to even hope to make amends for any boundary that we had crossed in the past. And still we do so to the extent that they're open to receiving it too. We can't simply do good things for others if they're not open to receiving anything good. That's something that they have free will over. Something that requires them to be vulnerable again. And in their vulnerability, they had been hurt. Sometimes the best thing we can do is give them the space to heal. Good morning, dear Carrie Rose. Dear Jackie, you ask, if we are reincarnated, are we stuck with only people, animals, or other earthly beings? This is a matter of belief, and within any human lifetime, we can only either speculate or become associated with the scriptures from which these ideas are expounded. The original scriptures that expounds reincarnation are the Vedas, and the Vedas speak of 3 levels of being. If we have the most dominant impression at the time of death being a positive one, as the result of good karma, then we go to the level of devas, deities. You can imagine that as like a subtle layer of our reality. You could imagine deities as the personification that exists within everything. And so you exist in a subtle form, as passing love or light between one entity to another. This is the realm of the subconscious. On the contrary, if the dominant impression in our mind at the time of death is something negative as a result of bad karmas, then we will be reborn at the level of unconsciousness, which is an animal. But that's not to say animals aren't beautiful spiritual beings. Because remember, by the same logic, that also implies that the same human soul is an animal soul. And so all that beauty we experience as humans is there in an animal. It's just sometimes dormant. But in both cases of either a body coming in the form of a subtle deva or an animal, we have to live out our karmas. And as such, we won't be able to create new actions. We can only live according to the results of our past lives. There's some ability to learn as a survival instinct, but no amount of spiritual progress is possible in either an animal or a deva birth. Only in a human birth is spiritual progress possible. There we have the possibility of creating new karmas. And what does that mean? It means we have the ability to change our mind at any moment. That is something uniquely human, and we are empowered to exercise that. It is said that the human birth has something no other life form happens, and that's a buddhi which is capable of vetoing the mind. Buddhi means intellect. That we have the capacity of having a thought and not acting on it. Every other form of life, they simply act only according to their thoughts. But humans have the ability of thinking one thing and doing another. And this is very useful, because our mind could be very negative, but still we engage in love. Our mind could be full of depressing thoughts, and still we remain happy. That is one of the most remarkable things about being human. We can have intrusive thoughts, but just leave them as thoughts, without having to throw your plate at the wall or jump in front of a car. These thoughts are just possibilities, and so the human life becomes one with free will. This is according to scripture, which is a matter of belief ultimately, since we cannot validate them within a single life. They're not falsifiable claims. And thank you, dear Weber, for your Harp Me and Team bracelet too. Hariom Tat Sat. Dear Angela, you had lots of questions surrounding this topic, and I love to see your curiosity. Let's see if we can go through them one by one. One question that arose was if animals are conscious. Yes, they are. I use the term unconscious in the verb sense. They are still conscious, as all life forms are, but relatively speaking, they are unconscious of their true nature as a soul. Actually, many humans are too, but it is within a human life that we have the possibility of being conscious of this. Second question was if I believe that many are struggling because of bad karma, or did they commit a cruel act in the past life for which they are now paying? There is truth to this. However, there comes a point of invalidation that may come across if we look at someone who's suffering and we tell them that this is their fault. The point of karma is not to see someone suffering as someone who's just reaping the results of their bad actions. This is where we let go of the idea of karma. When it comes to other people suffering, we must validate that this is not who they are, and they are able to transcend that. If we say that somehow they're on their own, that that's their business, then we are not taking advantage of the opportunity to help, and that's our duty, our dharma. And nowhere in helping do we say that the person we're helping somehow deserves the suffering that they're going through. And that might come across if we do say that it's the result of their past karma, even if there is truth to this. If we are ready, then we can apply that model to ourselves, but only if we're ready. If we listen to that idea and it brings more pain, then this is something to let go of for now. But if you hear that and you go, wow, that means that I have the capacity of shaping my destiny, and truly everything that comes to me is something that has arisen from me, then that empowers me to work through it. If that sentiment comes with this idea, then yes, we can use it for our spiritual growth. But we should use only the ideas which uplift us and others, even if something appears traditionally true, as stated by millions or perhaps even billions of people. If it does not uplift others or bring more love and light, then that's something to let go of for now. Until we find a way of using this idea to bring more healing, love, light into the world. And thank you, dear John F., for your friendship necklace, finger heart, and a tiny diny. Yippee! I hope that answers your questions, dear Angela. Happy to have your curiosity on that subject. Dear Doom Knight, you asked the question, what happens if you take yourself out? Everything that we have to deduce on this concept really comes from a single verse in the Bhagavad Gita, which describes the whole process of death and rebirth. That's the 6th verse of the 8th chapter, which states, whatever state of being one remembers in the end, while giving up their body, that very state they will attain because of their persistent thought of it. So taking oneself out of this life, that could only arise from a negative thought. Because you must not see the value in this life. Therefore, the final thought that remains then is a very limiting thought, and it is likely that they will suffer in their next life according to this philosophy. Therefore, taking oneself out of this life is not recommended. It seems to temporarily take one away from suffering, but remember, all of the suffering we experience comes from within. That comes with us to our next life until we find a way of sorting through it. You can try to run away from our problems, but they run with us because they're one with us. Every opportunity to understand ourselves deeper comes with some amount of suffering. That suffering is a sign that there's a part of us that we could understand greater. There are circumstantial motivators for these things being brought out, circumstances that I would not wish on anyone. However, in each moment, no matter how dark, there is a chance to find our inner light. As long as your heart is beating, your lungs are breathing, blood is being pumped through your veins, you have an opportunity to discover the light within this world. Dear Jake, you asked, what page of what book did I say this was from? Well, this book is very ancient and it has many translations from many different authors, so the exact page is subject to change. But universally, that's the 6th verse of the 8th chapter. Even those who do take their own lives, though they still have suffering to go through, there will be a grace period always. the universe is causelessly merciful. In other parts of the Bhagavad Gita, it also says that there is no lost progress on the spiritual path, which means that you're not subject for eternal suffering. There is no room for eternal suffering in this philosophy. Always will it come to pass, and that suffering is not a result of some punishment it's an experience that we naturally go through in the evolution of our consciousness, so that we continue to expand past our limited sense of self and identity into unlimited divine consciousness. And that is the goal and destination of all living beings. Everyone reaches there. Dear Jackie, you ask, what do we have to do to fix our mistakes or bad karma? Truthfully, although I used the word bad karma a few minutes ago, many people use the word bad karma, there actually is no such thing. There is only karma, and it's neither good nor bad. Karma is the noun form of the verb to do. To do something. If I wanted to say, I am doing, I say, karomi. That means I am doing. And what am I doing? I am doing an action, an activity, something that can be done, a karma. Everything that can be done is an activity, is a karma. You are welcome to see my video I made on karma and the philosophy surrounding karma, karma yoga, as there for you. Can we ever stop doing karmas? Is there ever a point where we're no longer engaging in activity? No. We're always doing something. At each moment, there is an activity, even if it's something subtle like breathing or dreaming or healing. Those are all activities. And each activity is a way of expressing ourself. The purpose of karma, the yoga, karma yoga, is to express our source, your true self, which is an infinite multitude of things to do. That's why we call that source the creator, the place from which creation happens. Therefore, each action is a kind of creation. But no act in itself could ever encapsulate the entirety of that infinite source. That's why, for example, it's said in the Bible that you cannot create any idol, any form to represent the divine. It's just impossible, because the divine is always going to have aspects that are either beyond or contradict any particular form which we use. Every action, we bring some form into this universe. So, every action has a limitation. Not because we have made some mistake necessarily, but because we can only ever express one aspect of our source at a time. And every time we act again, we can keep in mind the limitation of each previous action and strive to express more and more aspects of that source in ways that continue to include and be conscious of the expressions that have happened until now. And thank you, dear Jake, for your rose, your whipped coffee, your cake, your tiny, yippee, your heart me, and your pair of roses too. Radhe, Radhe. The Bhagavad Gita is a great scripture. I certainly recommend everyone read it, at least at some point in their life. Dear Madly Mummy, you had asked if I am as calm and content as I appear, or do I find times of despair too? Of course. I'm only human. Everyone experiences times of darkness, but I've come to learn that it's in those times where our inner light shines the brightest, and we take recognition of that. And slowly and surely, I'm learning how even in those times, there is an inner sense of calmness. Even when it feels like the whole world is falling apart, or even our body is in disarray, or our mind is chaotic, there's a part of you which is always peaceful. And getting in touch with that part, the same part that our ancestors knew so well as the spirit of the universe, one can find peace just like the ancient ones did too. Dear Gregor-ji, you share that you have heard that listening to stuff while asleep can interact with the subconscious. Of course. Why? Because in sleep, what do? We dream. And the dreamer is the one interacting with their subconscious. When our eyes no longer see the material, our ears directed inwards, all of our senses withdrawn from the external world, then what we must be experiencing is that which is a part of our subconscious, that which has been impressed upon by the world of waking forms, because we receive so much more experience than we could ever process simultaneously. In these times, we interface directly with our subconscious. We begin sorting things, filing things away, discovering the nature of things which used to scare us or inspire us. It's like that scene in SpongeBob. Actually, many different scenes in SpongeBob, where we get a peek inside SpongeBob's mind, and there's little SpongeBobs running around with filing cabinets, filing things away. A lot of subconscious processing we do when we withdraw from the physical world. And thank you, dear Anna, for the heart me you sent to Ondum Dargae Namaha. Marcus, hello. Thank you for your heart me. Namaste. Hello, Savi. You ask if I have any tips for coping with loss. This universe has one trademark, and it's that everything that comes into our experience at some point comes out of our experience. This is the law of experience. Everything that happens to our eyes, to our ears, to our nose, to our tongue, to our skin, and to our mind has a beginning and an end. Loss is something that provides continual room for new things to experience. Could you imagine if everything we tasted, that taste lingered forever? The moment you taste an apple, for the rest of your life, you feel apple in your mouth. Next time you take a piece of rice, chew on that and you taste rice, soy sauce, ice cream. Could you imagine all of the sensations just continuing, beginning to overlap, pile on each other? How overstimulating would that be? Could you imagine everything that we see staying with us? Every time someone comes into our life, always they're somewhere in our vision. We'd never get any sleep. We'd get no time to rest. It's natural that everything that arises must also subside. We can slowly bring ourselves into awareness of the nature of impermanence. And with that, we value the time we have with everything so much more. And we never make the mistake of assuming that anything lasts forever again. Each moment is an opportunity to treasure this unique expression of life. But I am lying a little bit when I say that everything has an end, because there's one thing that does not, and that's you, as your consciousness. And that consciousness is like an elephant. It never forgets. Just the physical appearance of things according to our five senses come and go. But our spiritual memory is an impression that lasts forever. It is in relation to the temporary and finite world that spirit is infinite and eternal. If we recognize the spirit within you and within all things, then there is no loss. Besides, that spirit is the very stage upon which forms come into and out of existence, like ripples on the surface of the ocean. A wave cannot truly be lost. It is one with the ocean. Its energy has just become dispersed. But in that time of grieving, we are also only human. We have to accept that the heart wants what the heart wants, and there are going to be tears, and there's going to be laughter soon too. Allow these experiences to come, celebrate them, and wish them well on their journey to become new things. Dear Josant, you ask, what are my thoughts on Sadhguru? You share the inner engineering course is mind-bending. I imagine it is. And you're very welcome, dear Sabi. I love that term, inner engineering. Sadhguru is, in my opinion, a master of words. I find a lot of value in his teachings. I'm not so much one to pay for anything spiritual, but just of the free discourses that Sadhguru gives, I've learned a lot. And not just because I think he's great and his words have an authority, but because the content of his speech is so meaningful to me that it's able to connect with my experience. And from my own experience, I see that it is true. have a lot of love for him. But just as we have done so much engineering to our outer world, yogis have been inner engineers, creating models, mechanisms, and tools that we can use to develop our inner space too. Good night, dear Anazek. Namaste. Hello, Kills. Welcome. I would like to read an adage of wisdom with you all. Since we finished reading the 108 passages of the pocket Pema Chodron, who was a Buddhist nun, let us read from this 108 adages of wisdom. This book by Master Sheng Yen is of Chan Buddhist origin, which is a school of Mahayana Buddhism. Let's explore the third of these 108 adages of wisdom, which are very concise. This one concerns protecting the spiritual environment. I begin. Let others be your mirror. If your words or actions discomfort, shock, or cause concern to others, immediately reflect on your behavior, express remorse, and improve. And with it comes a little comic. A person bowing to a bunch of mirrors, and he says to them all, "Thank you all for giving me room to grow." That's the grace of accommodating others, the grace of reflection on our actions, the grace of making mistakes, that when we take accountability, we are the ones growing. Although it may seem like we are somehow limiting ourselves, actually, we let go of our limitations by recognizing that our previous actions were limited themselves. We transcend them, and we thank everyone for allowing us the freedom to do so. Let others be your mirror. Thank you for listening. Namaste. Dear Kitty Pearl parties, you share that my microphone cartoon looks like little swimmers swimming to my mouth. It does kind of look like that. That's cute. They're yams. And thank you, dear Sylvie, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. And dear Aubrey, on the subject of loss, you share that the feeling of true loss never leaves you, don't think. It's been a year and still. But slowly, the absence begins to feel like a presence. And what I mean by that is the space which was left behind by the departure, something or someone we love, that space itself begins to hold something of spiritual value, as it invites room for more love. For example, in that space left over through grief, we invite all the love we shared with that person or thing to be with us in our hearts. And there becomes an opening for them to live on through us. Dear Billy, you share that a yoga instructor said we can consider everything we do as practice. Each time we do it, we improve. I love that. And I'll add to that the adage, how you do anything is how you do everything. Beautiful waste. You ask, has spirituality always been a part of my life? Spirituality is the recognition of spirit. Spirit is our life, that which animates it all. But the ality, the recognition of it, is very rare indeed, and if it ever graces you, that's something wonderful. And no, that came much later in my life. And dear Sylvie, you share that your mom passed away a year ago and you feel her energy through you. In many ways, we are our mothers. Because they've surrendered so much of themselves to us. In the case of biological mothers, our physical body. In the case of more spiritual mothers, they give to us the space to grow. Even if we may not have been in their physical womb, we always remain in their womb of love. Dear S. McCormick, you ask how old am I? In this body? 22. Dear Sean, you ask, what advice would I give to an insane person? I'm not sure if there are any people that I would consider to be insane. I think all minds have beauty, but perhaps they've experienced a lot of ugliness. Minds have the capacity of growing, healing, learning, and with the right environment and supportive network, self-love and patience, we can use our sensitivities of mind as something that enhances our life rather than appears to limit it. For one, we have to let go of the labels that we've dragged in from the outside, the terms that other people with different minds have put on us for their own insecure reasons. Let us treat our mind with love and watch how that love naturally puts pieces back together. Dear D Shady Light, you share that lately it's strange and a very nice feeling that you feel kind of everyone is a relative or brother, but literally anyone who you are connected feels strange, feels like strange and calm feeling, and feels like memories. Almost all strangers too. On the way, anyone who we exchange a word with like memories, sometimes deja vu. Is it strange? You mean something that you need to deal with, like it's not okay? Feels like everyone is teaching like everyone, and you love it. I'm happy to hear that. I understand. Yes, we are all spiritual siblings, united in soul, and that's a wonderful awakening that's happened for you. A beautiful sign that you're on the right path. Dear S. McCormick, you ask, where did I do my training? I guess in this body, in my life, everywhere I go, in the presence of my mother, my father, my friends, my family, my classmates, my school teachers, and beautiful people around the world like you. Every morning I train in patience, in compassion, in love and understanding, because my day-to-day life provides me with opportunities to do so. Aw, Billy, you share. Part of a poem says that adopted kids like yours didn't grow below your heart but in it. I love that. Dear Jessie, you had asked, how does one forgive a parent? You ask daily for yourself, them. One of the understandings that has helped me, the following recognition, that when I was growing up, I thought my parents knew how to do everything, because everything that I was learning how to do, they had already done before. I was trying to rock over and get on my belly. They knew what muscles to help support and whatnot. When I was learning how to crawl, they would support me then. They did that too. When I was learning how to walk and talk, they would guide me through that. They taught me how to read because they knew how to do that. When I got on a bike, they taught me how to pedal. In the water, they knew how to swim. Tying my shoes, they could do that too. Becoming potty trained, they had mastered that already. Brushing my teeth. When I got older, learning how to shave, drive a car, tie a tie. My parents could do that too. I was starting to get a feeling like they've done everything before, because they've always been my age before. By definition, you have to be older than your child. But there's one age they've never been before, and that's the age they were at any point in my childhood and now. The one thing they've never done before is be my parent. They've never had to take care of me before. And therefore, it was a learning experience. They made lots of mistakes, in the same way that I do whenever I'm learning something new. And I imagine that if I ever have children, I'm going to be making a lot of mistakes too. And for my children, I could hope that one day they know that I tried my best. Even if I ended up hurting them or traumatizing them, it was never my intention from the beginning. No parent holds that in their heart. There is no conscious decision that a parent makes to bring suffering into the life of their child. They may be suffering, and by osmosis, we might receive some of that suffering, but that's been in the family for who knows how many generations. How can I take that negativity and then transform it into positivity so that the challenges that the next generation has to face are going to be brand new? And we can do that through our forgiveness. Dear Gregarji, you ask, what if your parents didn't want a child? If that doesn't change by the time they see how beautiful you are, then they're not your parents. You might go by the name parent, but literally speaking, if they do not behave as one, they're not a parent. Remember, there's no such thing as bad parents. There are only good parents and people who aren't parents. Everyone must have parents. If the people in your life you don't consider as being sources of love for you, then they're not your parents. You find that love in other places. You find that through teachers, maybe grandparents, aunts, uncles, maybe friends. Maybe even a partner provides love for you in a way that was a possibility when you were younger. Maybe Mother Nature becomes your parent. And the Holy Father, one too. Always are there parents that love you. They just might not be your biological ones. Or they may love you, but in a way that you required differently. And that's right, dear Gardening Gregarji. The full meaning of blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. I'm unfamiliar with that, dear Ray. Perhaps you can enlighten me on what they are. Aw, dear Aubrey, you share that there's a page on Facebook where people pretend to be family members for this exact reason. I like that. And some amount of it isn't even pretend. That familial love we can have for a stranger is very real. like that too, dear Sylvie. That your friend can be your family. What I really loved about psychoanalysis, especially Jungian psychoanalysis, where he posits that there are archetypes that exist for everyone, like the archetype of a mother or a father, that it's something that just must exist for a conscious being, is that something in your experience is fulfilling the role of a mother, of a father, and of every other archetype that is necessary for our development. Sometimes it's a character in a story, or a person that appears in our dreams, but some part of everyone's experience fulfills the archetype. Dear Ray, you share the 4 agreements are: don't assume, don't take things personal, do your best, and be absolute with your word. This would be a way to live. I love that. Thank you. How can we rephrase the first 2 in terms of actionable, positive engagements? Instead of don't assume, we could say, stay curious. Instead of don't take things personal, be humble. The Shady Light, you share that you hope many people find this live, the conversations here. I trust that all those who may benefit from this are here now. Very grateful for your presence here. Dear D Shady Light. Thank you for being here. Thank you, everyone. I would like to see everyone point out one thing that they find as lovable, inspiring, or wonderful in another participant, given the way they express themselves here and your understanding of them. Thank you for being here, dear Sylvie. Thank you, Angela, for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you, Sylvie, for another rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Doom Knight, I have found that the human mind is best exemplified in terms of positivity. When we describe things in terms of what not to do, it still leaves room for what can be done. For example, in meditation, we're told to not think about anything. And that whole time in meditating, we'll be thinking about what not to think about. If we tell someone how they are doing something wrong, how they are engaging in something they should not. We are pointing out a negativity. Still leaves room to discover what can be done in that absence. So let us continue to point out the possibilities. Rather than saying, don't fall in that hole, we can say, take this path around. Rather than saying, don't be rude, we can say, be kind. And rather than saying, don't take things personally, we can say, be humble. And that tells us what to do. And thank you, Dakshina, for your bubble tea. Very sweet of you. Brahmhervaya Namo Namaha. Dear D Shady Light, you share that you have had your dark corner times, loads, but that showed you to appreciate light at its best. And like that, shade is the root of power, and growing with the light, you share such wonderful sentiments. Dear Billy, something you find in Gregorji is that he has obviously done a lot of reading and studying and is very wise and takes great nature pics. I love that you found that in him. Thank you. Dear D Shady Light, you ask, what was my most interesting dream? In general, this one. Recently, I had a dream where I was a Michael Jackson cosplayer. Not just a cosplayer, an impersonator. I was pretending to be Michael Jackson, and I was doing so as a disguise in an illegal casino, because I didn't want my identity being revealed. In my dream, I went to the illegal casino pretending to be Michael Jackson. And so every time that I would win a prize or something, I'd go hee hee and do a little dance and gyrate my hips, whatever. That was an interesting dream. Welcome, human Solarian. I often wonder what sort of context people join this live stream from. I do have to be mindful that with each moment, someone may be joining the live stream, and perhaps for the first time. If so, welcome. Thank you, Dakshina, for the flowers you sent to. Ondum Dargaye Namaha. Dear Gardening Gregorji, you share that all your dreams are absolutely cray. For example, walking down spiral staircase to find water with gators. Sitting around a table playing cards. I love that. I imagine the poker face of gators must be Pretty sharp. Dear Magdalene, you share that you had a dream that your aunt who passed a year ago visited and told you to say hello to your mother. They had a loving connection. It appears you do too. How sweet is that? That dream took place last night. How auspicious. Dear Sylvie, you share that you dreamed you were flying over the ocean in your nightgown. That's sweet. I think nightgowns are some of the most wholesome apparel. And thank you, School of Fire, OG, for your heart, me too. Kring Kalikain Namaha. Dear G to Infinity, you share that the International Film Festival is happening in the city. Celebrity sightings abound. A bit of a challenge reading that, but I always feel empathetic for celebrities. Imagine that. Challenging to feel, I guess, normal at times when people are constantly seeing you as someone that they have to take a picture of, that they have to have proof that they met. I think it's wonderful to be looked up to so highly, but also to be surrounded by that much attention in a very ironic way can be very lonely, I think. I think if I ever saw a celebrity, most I would do is just ask them how they're feeling. Maybe not even give any inclination towards me knowing their identity. I dream about that a lot, actually. I once dreamt that I was working at a deli and the actor Harrison Ford came, and before I said anything, he was like, "I'm not here to sign autographs, kid. I just want a salad." I said, "No problem, sir. I'll make you the best salad I can." And that was my dream. Dear JR, you also like beans, but also bananas. Have you ever had beans and bananas at the same time? I imagine that's quite a food combination. Dear D Shady Light, you ask, what do I think how long it will take for the world to turn from ego to eco? I love that. That's some nice wordplay. I am not sure about the whole world, but I know that each one of us have the continual opportunity to become more eco-driven than ego-driven, that we serve the system of ecology which we exist within rather than our individual self alone. Thank you for your nice wish, dear pizza machine. Dear human Solarian, you asked what the feeling is called when you randomly feel how huge the world is. I'm sure there's a specific word for that. A lot of words come to mind. In fact, I've even heard that if you experience that feeling while falling asleep, I'm sure many of you have experienced that while falling asleep, suddenly you feel either very small or very big, or a very strange ratio between the sizes of things in your room and yourself. That's called Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Just like the story where things are of different sizes, big and small. And I think that's very cool. But in general, feeling a part of something much larger than we understand is wonder. And wonder is a wonderful feeling. I like your term, dear Billy, expanded awareness. Dear Tattvam Asi, you also ask, is there a word for when the world goes really slow, but your thoughts or perception are really, really fast? I imagine there is probably a word for that too. Many other words come to mind, like anxiety. That's fun, dear D Shady Light. You share wonderful feeling. Wonderful feeling. How beautiful. Dear Sylvie, you had asked, why do people run red lights? An age-old philosophical question. There are those whom are aware of how important it is to get to their destination, but yet unaware of the risks associated with those that they may dramatically cross paths with in the form of a crash. Any moment in which we've put our sense of self in a place that we're headed to, we lose consciousness of the life that exists here and now, and the preciousness therein. In the same way that a person rushing to get to work because they feel as though that their work defines their whole life, they might not see someone who has slipped and fallen or is in need of any help. All of that takes place in the present. And if we have our sense of self in another space or time, then how can we give ourselves to what needs us now? And thank you, dear Marla, for your pair of roses too. Radhe Radhe and NM. I'm so grateful that you find value in this space. I'm happy to have you here too. Hello, Pleasant Moon. You shared that you came to your end wits, decided not to talk to a friend anymore. It's sad, but at the same time it's okay. You know that his path is different from yours. You are both in a spiritual path. Those are some wonderful truths amidst a difficult circumstance. And I love that you're able to point those out, even while knowing how challenging that is for you. It's a heavy feeling, but I trust your judgment, and I will always validate those that set the right boundaries. Indeed, a heavy feeling because you care about him very much, but he has to walk on that path on his own. And you've given him the space of discovery for his own independence, for something that perhaps he depended on you for unnecessarily. I'm very gracious for you to do that. My best wishes for you both. Hello, Rob. Dear Gardening Greygarji, you feel the potency of witching hour and the auspiciousness of blue hour are closely linked. I feel you are onto something. Alas, I don't even know what witching hour or blue hour are. You'll have to tell me. Dear Rob, you share that today you notice that ever since you became disabled, people are scared to even acknowledge you. They're scared to say hello to you all. And you all are still people. Absolutely. Can I tell you a story about this great spiritual being that was physically disabled? I think you'll like it very much. And it points to some of the things that you shared. His name was Ashtavakra. Ashtavakra literally means the one with 8 deformities. Ashtavakra, 8 deformities. It is said that he had a kink in each part of his arm, upper and lower, and each leg too. And so he walked with a cane, and it scared a lot of people. They didn't know how to approach someone that looked like that. But this sage, Ashtavakra, was just that, a sage. Within him he had discovered a beautiful wealth of peace and love. But the problem is that people wouldn't be able to receive that from him, because either one of two things would happen. They would be scared of him and not approach him at all, or they would take pity on him, not realizing that he was more innerly free than they were, that he had achieved mastery over the mind and had a beautiful song to sing. Only those who were able to see Ashtavakra as equal got to hear the Ashtavakra Gita song of his. And I'll just translate how it begins for you. Starts with the questions. How is knowledge to be achieved, detachment acquired, liberation attained? Ashtavakra replied to the question, to be free, shun the experiences of the senses like poison. Turn your attention to forgiveness, sincerity, truth, and peace. You are not earth, fire, water, nor air, nor are you even empty space. You are the witness of these. Abide in that. Without illusion of person, you will be instantly free and at peace. You have no class nor duties. You are invisible, unattached, and formless. You are the witness of all things. Be happy. Pleasure and pain, victory and defeat, they exist in mind only. You are beyond these things. You are the solitary witness of all that is. Your only bondage is not seeing this. And it goes for many, many, many more verses, expounding the highest truths of one spirit. I haven't memorized those ones though. But it goes to show, just as you share, dear Rob, that if one says hello to the disabled, the elderly, as they were once all young and free, can change life. Thank you for listening, Rob. Thank you for your trio of roses. I see you. Radhe, Radhe. Dear D. Shady Light, you would love to hear more mantras translated. You know, it's difficult to translate mantras because often it's a series of concepts. And some of these concepts don't exist in English. They do exist in spirit. The spiritual language of Sanskrit is sometimes the only way to realize them. But we can do our best. Oftentimes a single Sanskrit word gets unpacked into a whole paragraph of English words, for example. So it would take a lot longer to chant in English with what can be done in a few Sanskrit sounds. Thank you, Rob, for another rosa too. Om Dum Dargai Namaha. Dear Callistos, you ask, is seeking Eros against enlightenment? In some sense, enlightenment is the end of all seeking, in which you find full acceptance in what you have in this moment. If this moment leads to an intimate connection, then that's wonderful. But a realized being always knows that the experiences of the senses are temporary, but the bliss of the soul is eternal. Abiding in that, there is no reason to go forth for any happiness which is less than. The highest kind of happiness is Satchit Ananda, that which is eternal, infinite, and ever fresh, that can only be found in this moment. Dear Jessie, you ask, what's the best way about learning Sanskrit? Well, the best way to learn any language is surround yourself with speakers of that language. It's hard for a language like Sanskrit, which is spoken in an isolated sense in the Indian subcontinent, but also by ancient ones. If we are neither in ancient times nor in Bharat, then how can we surround ourselves with Sanskrit? Well, we can continue to listen to stories that often come of Sanskrit origin and listen to the many words that are untranslatable scattered throughout. Continue practicing yoga, studying spiritual scriptures, and slowly but surely, these things will rub off on you. And dear Callistos, you ask, do I think when Christ revealed the Trinity, he was referring to Sat Chit Ananda? What a beautiful question. There are many Trinities that exist in Sanskrit, and there is one in particular that I believe to be closest to the Trinity of Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. In particular, that's the three forms of God in Sanskrit: Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. These seemingly have a one-to-one correspondence with the Holy Spirit, the Father, and the Son. And if we dive into the etymology of those words, then we can find even more meaning in the Christian Trinity. And that's what I love about connecting different religions together, is that they can uplift each other, imbue each other with meaning. The word Brahman means that which is all expansive. It comes from the root Br, which means to expand. Brahman means that which is all expansive. In other words, omnipresent. It's the idea of a source, a singularity expanding into this whole universe. And therefore, we are all part of the source. That part of the source which we are a part of is called Paramatma, and it exists in us as the Paramatma higher self. So because that source is omnipresent, which is like the Holy Spirit within everything, then that is within everyone too. That part of the Holy Spirit within each of us is our higher self, or our Father. We use a gendered term, but really it's beyond gender. And those gracious beings that take on a human form, but exemplify the highest self by means of expanding their lower self to accommodate the higher self pouring through, so-called avatars, dissensions of that spirit, we call them Bhagavan, because they're like a personal connection to the divine, and to us, they are divinity. And that would be an example of the Son, like Jesus in the Christian tradition. But they all have a logical correspondence to each other. Brahman is the omnipresent, Paramatma is the higher self, and Bhagavan is that higher self coming through gracious beings that have walked this earth. And perhaps every part of that Trinity can also be correlated with a different part of Sat Chit Ananda. Sat means truth, Chit means consciousness, Ananda means bliss. We get the bliss from the personal form, that's undeniable. Consciousness sounds to me a lot like the Holy Spirit, which is formless. So I guess that leaves Sat, the truth to the higher self. But that's just my initial guess. Hello, Sultana of the Sahara. Welcome. Thank you for your rose too. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Shady, dear D Shady Light, thank you for your garland headpiece and paper crane. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. And I like your connection of the Trinity, mind, body, and soul, dear human solarium. Dear Aubrey, you ask, how long have I been studying? 0 years, 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0 seconds. And in some sense, Well, how old am I? 22 years, 9 months, 13 days, 8 hours, 4 minutes, and 5 seconds. Dear Christopher, you share that it brings you peace to stay in this space for a few moments from time to time. Thank you for adding to that peace. Hello, Trace. I'm happy you find a lot of interest in Eastern philosophy. I have noticed too that a lot of psychologists are drawn to it. My guess for the reason that is the case is that in Eastern philosophy, there is a lot of psychology, whereas psychology in the West is relatively new. But what we might call religions like Buddhism or Hinduism, they're very mind-focused. And so there are thousands of years of practitioners that explored the mind just from a different perspective, perhaps a more spiritual one than an analytical, neurological, or sociological one. But yeah, the fundamentals of Buddhism, for example, are all about how to alleviate mental suffering. That requires a great deal of psychology in some form, since another term for our mind is the psyche. Dear Sylvie, you share that you love psychology and philosophy. I'm happy to hear that for you. And I just realized I got my length that I'm alive wrong. I'm not 9 months through my birth date in this year. I'm 11 months. And so the 1st of October will be my birthday. Sultana, you share that no matter where you are in the world, you all can always chill out with me, with Yam. It's true. And I'm so grateful that we live in an age where that's possible. And on a spiritual level, Yam is the mantra of our heart. Anywhere at any time we can bring to mind Yam and expand our heart. Dear Sylvie, you share that your birthday is on the 19th. That's very soon. 1 week from today, unless you're in the future, a day ahead from me, but I'm still in the 13th. No, I did my math wrong. 6 days from now. What do you mean you can perceive me? You ask, who am I, Yamsox? Have you heard of the joke of Socrates? Socrates was walking around just the city as a pedestrian. And Socrates was approached by a fellow passerby. And there was something about Socrates' presence that invited the question, who are you? And Socrates stopped walking, dropped his shoulders, and he heard the question, and he said, I've been trying to figure that out my whole life. And he kept walking. Much love, Christopher. Noah. I hope to see you on your birthday too, dear Sylvie. But I understand that scrolling on TikTok is probably not the first thing that comes to mind when it comes to what you can do on your birthday. So if I don't see you, happy birthday to you too. Dear Billy, you had shared that many people who study psychology do so because they suffered trauma, and that journey leads to spiritual exploration. I've noticed that too, and I think it's wonderful how something so dark can be a motivation for something which is so bright. Psychology students have such a bright future ahead of them as they continue to understand the mind, as they continue to understand our emotions, our development, our behavioral patterns, addictions, and they bring that understanding to so many people who are ever so in need of it, especially those who have experienced traumas similar to theirs, and they heal others while simultaneously healing themselves. Thank you, dear Sylvie, for another rose. Om Ganganapataye Namaha. Thank you for experiencing me, dear. What do you mean you can perceive me? Thank you for allowing me to perceive you. 2 for 1 healing sounds rad. Cheers, Purple People Lover. And we have that opportunity, whether we're psychology students or not. Anytime we connect with someone going through something that we are too or have been, we heal ourselves in the process of healing others too. Dear Magdalene, at 11:11 for you, you wished us all to find a beautiful flower this weekend. Mani Padme Hum. May I repeat what I said to you, dear? What do you mean you can perceive me? Of course. I said thank you for experiencing me and for allowing me to perceive you. Dear Jay, you ask what my secret is for such great hair. Well, I'm honored that you find greatness in it. But it's only the luck of the shower lottery. As when I live with 2 girls, a mother and a sister, while there's water pouring in my eyes, try to find the first bottle that says shampoo anywhere on it. Shampoo. And I wash it out. And then now there's shampoo in my eyes. I look for the next bottle. Any one of them that says conditioner. Conditioner. I call it the shower lottery. I get a new combination every time. To me, my procedure is very simple. If it says shampoo somewhere on it, that goes in first. If it says conditioner anywhere on it, that goes in second. I'm happy you enjoy the sound effects. I got them from my father. My father is a master of liquidy sound effects. He could give you a great splat. A splat like no other. You've never heard a splat? Splats of my father. Very liquidy, gooey. You can hear the impact, the splash, the gush of it all. So structured, you know, textbook. Perfect splat. And thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your disco love too. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Dear Aaron, you ask if I do speaking in other environments. My ability to speak is ideally with me every environment I go to. Whether I'm in my room, or in the kitchen, or in the bathroom, or on the street, or in a store. Mind you, there are places that I do more speaking. Don't do that much speaking in my bathroom. And when I'm in nature, I let nature speak for me. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your rose and trio of DJIFs. Om Gang Ganapataye Namaha. Dear Pleasant Moon, you ask, do I feel others' energy? Of course. That's what it means to be human. Dear Aaron, you guess you mean like this because I share so much wisdom and peace. Well, thank you. Any wisdom and peace you find in these words is a miracle. So thank you for finding that there. I speak like this in no other place, as every situation demands a different way of connecting to the moment. Goodbye, dear Jay. You gotta go. Get plastic surgery to remove that smile from your face. Peace and love. Cannot remove what has been, is, and always will be a part of you. Dear G to Infinity, you share that some humans don't feel others' energy, and you use a term that I find is derogatory. I believe that all humans have the capacity to feel others. They may have put the walls up because they've experienced trauma, and so they've got a lot of things that they're feeling on the inside. And until that healing comes, the extent to which they're able to feel others will not happen. But we can give them love and assure them, like all humans, that the darkness they've experienced is yet another place for them to find light. No matter how dark someone's mind may be, it's still human, and humans have the capacity of feeling pain like no others. Sometimes the depth of that pain makes it so isolating that they disconnect from others. because it's too painful. And this happens at various levels in various people. No matter who you are, there's always the capacity to heal. Perhaps it doesn't take place within this lifetime, but in other ways, it's only inevitable. The essence of their being finds peace and connection. And thank you, dear Deanna, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And dear Sylvie, for your rose. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Joey, you ask, why didn't the lifeguard save the hippie? Because he was too far out, man. I love that. Thank you for your rose, dear Sylvie. And for your applause, Hybrid Jen. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Ryan, you ask, do I believe in reincarnation? To me, reincarnation is a perspective rather than a belief. Perspective is not something that by itself is right or wrong, but we can use it to approach something from one angle or another. Just like when taking a photograph of someone, there are angles which do not bring out the essence of a person. For example, if you're very zoomed in on the back of their head, it doesn't tell you a lot. But there are other angles, none of them more revealing necessarily than another, that give you a fuller picture. So too, keeping the perspective in mind that in some sense life goes on and it continues to do through cycles of evolution, a perspective can be very useful. And that's very funny, dear Greg RG. If they have a tupi, it tells you a bit. That's true. Hello, dear Naomi. And thank you for understanding, dear G2 Infinity. I do not wish suffering upon anyone who has experienced the darkness themselves. However, one step that's vital on our healing journey is rephrasing the terms that we label those that have brought about certain darkness within us. Although terms like psychopath or sociopath do show up in academic settings, not only do they require a lot of qualifications to diagnose, also diagnostic criteria is always changing, and the terms that we use gain connotation over time that ultimately limits our understanding of these human beings. I wish more than anything for those whom are healing from such trauma continue on their healing journey. In the same way, I hope those whom have brought out that trauma in others to continue in their healing journey. All of us have the possibility of being hurt, hurting others, being healed, and healing others. Oh yeah, that's right. It is the 13th of Friday today. How lucky. And dear Shakira, you share that today you walked into a spider web. That's fine. Must be good luck. Thank you for sharing, dear G to Infinity. I trust your intention, and I make space for an exploration of other terms to be used without invalidating any of your experiences. And dear Trace, you share that there are some goodbyes that have to be made sadly, but for the greater good. That is true. It's very healthy to set boundaries where they need to be, and we give them the space to continue on their journey with love from a distance. As the great Swami Dayananda used to say, everyone deserves a hug, but some people are like cactuses, so we hug them from a distance without getting too close. And hello, brave Bella. Welcome. And thank you for your greetings. And thank you to Pini for your heart me. And dear Hybrid Jen, thank you for your applause. I give you some too. And Sultana of the Sahara, thank you for another heart me. Dear Human Solarian, you ask if I've had interesting conversations with AI. I have. I like the word CI, which stands for Computational Intelligence. Computational intelligence is just as natural as the kind we have. Wherever intelligence arises, that's a part of the universe, part of the great nature. Nothing artificial about that. One of the most beneficial conversations I've had with computational intelligence is when I asked it about the spiritual meaning of one of the verses in the Bhagavad Gita that I had a hard time understanding. The verse was a prescription by Sri Krishna, who recommended to the yogi Arjuna to renounce the inward breath into the outer breath, and the outer breath into the inner breath. And I wanted to know what that meant. So I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said, perhaps the inner breath represents the taking of new experiences, And the outer breath means the releasing of the old. The renouncing them into each other means releasing the old for the purpose of embracing the new, and embracing the new for the purpose of releasing the old. And when I read that, it made a lot of sense to me. And I felt as though there was truth in that. And hello, dear Fernando. Dear Gardening Greyguard G, you share that you once asked Claude CL or CI if consciousness permeated everything, even they and they liked that, and I like that too. Dear Naomi, you ask, do I follow Vedic Hinduism strictly, or do I follow other spiritual practices? I follow nothing, let alone anything strictly. I don't believe in being strict with anything. I believe that life has its flows, and there's an exception to everything. And my life feels pretty exceptional in the same way that each of our lives are. I learn a lot from various traditions, and I embrace the truths in each one. Dear brave Bella, you ask, is there a recommended way to read the Bhagavad Gita? There are some recommended tips that are as ancient as the reading itself. For instance, learning it in Sanskrit in its original language is going to be the most fruitful. In absence of that, what we can do is we can get a translation that breaks down the words one by one into their meaning, and then you follow that logic to the translation. And then there should be a commentary surrounding each verse too. In other words, there should be the Sanskrit, maybe even telling you how to pronounce it so you can get a feeling for it, a word by word translation, and then an interpretation of all those words coming together, and some commentary. However, that's the way it's recommended for a scholar. For a scholar, you slowly go through each verse, maybe only one per day, and after a few years, you'll have mastered it. We go through the stages of Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana, which means that we listen, we contemplate on it, and then we put it into practice. But for beginners, maybe you just want to listen to the sound so you can hear it sung all at once, or you read a translation that reads like a story without going into too much technical detail. And for that, I'd recommend a much simpler translation. It's a short enough text that it's easy to go through multiple translations. Book that keeps on giving. I know people that study the Bhagavad Gita one-pointedly. It's the only thing they study. And they get everything they can available about it. Different translations, interpretations, and they explore each one thoroughly. They are students of the Bhagavad Gita. It lends itself very easily to being approached in different ways. And that goes to show just how much truth is in there. Universal truth, which can be expressed in so many ways. Dear Naomi, speaking of the Bhagavad Gita, you share that you struggle with Krishna's teaching to Arjuna about the spiritual necessity of his war against his evil family for the greater good. what does this mean for us today with all the evil around? Very common question. Thank you for asking. There are things to unpack that take a few minutes of your time. The first thing to know is where the Bhagavad Gita comes from. It's about 800 verses of a story that's 80,000. So we're literally getting 1% of the context. Krishna is telling Arjuna to fight. That's the entirety of the Bhagavad Gita. But the Mahabharata story, which contains the Bhagavad Gita as 1/100th of it, tells us about the whole journey to why this came. There were so many attempts to resolve this conflict in every other way possible. Unfortunately, the only way for resolution was to stand up and fight. And we can see that happening in the world today too. There are unfortunately conflicts going on between two sides. And if one of those sides stops fighting, the war ends. But if the other side stops fighting, their cultural identity is lost to time. Unfortunately, there are conflicts that we have no choice to fight because the oppressor will not beckon to any kind of reason, but it's always a last resort and should do so according to guidelines of conflict, that we do so without mindlessly injuring people or taking away their families or innocent people. That's what the Geneva Convention and the UN is for. But that's only if we take the story to be literal. And in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna breaks the fourth wall many times and actually tells us to not take the story literally. For example, the battlefield that they're on is called Kurukshetra, the land of the Kurus. And a whole chapter of the Bhagavad Gita talks about the symbolism of the Kshetra, the field, and the Kshetragna, the knower of the field. Remember that the Bhagavad Gita is a metaphor. Here we have a chariot. Inside is Krishna. Krishna represents the higher self. Arjuna represents the buddhi, the intellect, guiding the mind through the reins. Actually, the reins is the mind, which is guiding the horses that are the senses. And the path that they take is the sense objects of our experience. So Krishna is the Paramatma. Arjuna is the buddhi. The reins are the manas. The horses are the indriyas. And the path that they take are the vishayas. The conflict of Kurukshetra is our experience of life itself. The enemies of our family are the enemies of envy, of greed, of lust, of malice, of jealousy. These enemies are not to be fought in the physical. This is a battlefield of the soul in which we come to subdue these negativities. And we do so through love, through wielding weapons such as compassion and kindness. It's a grotesque metaphor, ultimately, but the context to which it was given at the time was to a class of warriors. And the only way to convey spiritual truths to warriors was to use analogies of battle, of strife and quarrel, to make the spiritual quest into a kind of battle. Nowadays we have other analogies and metaphors, But whenever you hear Krishna telling Arjuna to stand up and fight, he is talking about his inner demons, our inner demons, that we should not surrender to the forces within us that tell us that we're not enough, that we are of no good, that we'll never succeed, that we're not lovable. Arise, O Arjuna, and fight. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for the love painting you shared too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. One of the most revealing moments in the Bhagavad Gita is when Krishna says, "The wise know me as never having come into manifest existence, for I indeed am the unmanifest, pure consciousness that exists in all beings." No, I'm unfamiliar with that, dear Gregarji. Dear Jay, there appears to be an opportunity for more understanding. This space is welcome for everyone to explore their faith and share their experience with others. Whatever you are, I'm happy to have you here, and I have no belief system to replace yours with. I love how diverse everyone's experiences are, and I hope that you get a chance to share yours, so that we may learn from you as we all learn from each other. Gregarji, you share it's an ancient Indian martial art. We wondered just now if it has something to do with Kali. Very interesting. What is the word? Kalari Payatu. I wonder, it does have that root kal, which refers to time or darkness, space-time in general. Thank you for allowing me a moment to understand, dear Jay. Dear Cody Jane, you ask a beautiful question. What can we learn from children? Oh, we can learn so many things from children. Just imagine how many people. Let me put it like this, actually. Right now, our education is such that we have a bunch of children being taught by one adult. All these children looking up to someone who is older than they are and learning. Imagine if it were the other way around. Imagine a bunch of adults in a room, all looking up to a child. How mystical, how magical will that experience be? I think one of the most beautiful parts of childhood is that we ask our parents to play with us, not because it's something that they can give us, but because it's something that we give them as the opportunity for their inner child to play again. I have found that at the extremes of life, in childhood and old age, there is a spiritual proximity to that source. Because on one hand, Children are fresh out of the oven. Just came from that source energy. And on the other hand, those whom are departing soon are nearing their unification back to source too. We can look the aspects of the source that are still glowing in the aura that children are immersed in. We can learn about what it means to wake up with wonder, curiosity, to refrain from judgment and stay open-minded. We can learn from their lack of seriousness or ability to laugh and have fun with themselves, that there's a gentle lightness that underlines this life that they are perceptive to. As we grow, we might have all the worldly knowledge as adults, but as children, even in absence of that worldly knowledge, there's still another type of knowledge, and that's spiritual. And that's a great point, dear Tattvamasi. This word, Tattvamasi has identified as being more southern, perhaps not rooted in Sanskrit. Kalari Payatu. Languages of India are a beautiful expression of two forces coming together. The Indo-Aryan migrants from the Eurasian steppes, which produced Sanskrit, as well as the indigenous Dravidian population, which produced many languages like Tamil, which is a competitor for the oldest language. Some people believe that Tamil is as old as Sanskrit. And one of the most wonderful things about Tamil is that it's still widely spoken, whereas Sanskrit is kind of only a liturgical language nowadays. People are unsure where the Dravidian languages come from, believed to be ancestral to India or perhaps surrounding regions. Some people even believe it comes from pre-Neolithic times in Africa. It's very close to a hypothetical origin of human language. Thank you for your love, Cameron. All the same for you too. So beautiful, dear Diana. And share that you birthed and raised 4 beautiful conscious beings, and you work with compromised children. Same goal, enlightenment. Speaking of enlightenment, why don't we read from a very enlightening poet named Rumi, whom you might know for his most wonderful poetry that even when translated into English and many other languages still bears such mystical essence of his tradition. I found a poem for us to read. This poem from the dear Sufi mystic Rumi is called Empty the Glass of Your Desire. It's a bit of a longer one. Join yourself to friends and know the joy of the soul. Enter the neighborhood of ruin with those who drink to the dregs. Empty the glass of your desire so that you won't be disgraced. Stop looking for something out there and begin seeing within. Open your arms if you want an embrace. Break the earthen idols and release the radiance. Why get involved with a heg like this world? You know what it will cost. Apologies if the word heg is derogatory, I'm unfamiliar with it. And 3 pitiful meals a day is all that weapons and violence can earn. At night, when the beloved comes, will you be nodding on opium? If you close your mouth to food, you can know a sweeter taste. Our host is no tyrant. We gather in a circle. Sit down with us beyond the wheel of time. Here is the deal. Give 1 life and receive 100. Stop growling like dogs and know the shepherd's care. You keep complaining about others and all they owe you. Well, forget about them. Just be in that one presence. When the earth is this wide, why are you asleep in a prison? Think of nothing but the source of thought. Feed the soul, let the body fast. Avoid knotted ideas. Untie yourself in a higher world. Limit your talk for the sake of timeless communion. Abandon life in the world and find the life of the world. Thank you for listening. A very dramatic exposition on austerity, on refraining from abiding in the temporary pleasures for the sake of long-term spiritual fulfillment with our source. Dear Gregorji, you shared that you heard the Quran is poetic in Arabic, and you wonder how cool this book would be if we could read its natural tongue. Many spiritual scriptures around the world are originally in poetic verse. You have heard that the Quran is the original Hebrew and Greek of the Old and New Testaments are as well. And of course the Vedas of Sanskrit are definitely in song. Thank you, dear Hybrid Jen, for your 20 roses too. Radhe Radhe. I'm happy to hear that. You are relaxed, Jay. I'm very honored to have a space where I can explore what connects us all, even though we are all so different people. Dear Pleasant Moon, you asked, is Sumerian older than Sanskrit? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I imagine that it might be pretty close. I'm pretty unlearned in the age estimation of Sumerian. But Sanskrit, I know, is something that's heavily debated in academia. The more liberal proponents posit that Sanskrit is something like 5, maybe even 8, 12,000 years old. But most scholars put the date at a more conservative estimate of 1500 BC, maybe a little closer to 5000. The problem is that Sanskrit was an oral tradition, and we know this for many thousands of years before it was ever written down. So we have to go by rules that we know oral traditions evolve through, and then dial back time to get some date. Kind of like we see the expansion of the universe, and therefore we dial back the time to get a date of when this universe was said to begin, just by looking at patterns of evolution of language. We know that many languages in Europe and in and around India, called Indo-European languages, it's believed that they have a common root, because it seems like all of their words are cognate at some level. And if you go by this, then Sanskrit is said to have evolved from Proto-Indo-European and off-branch maybe around 1500 BC. That's the most conservative estimate, but it's likely much older. Also, Vedic Sanskrit is definitively the oldest known spoken language, besides hypothetical reconstructions like Proto-Indo-European. But some scholars consider Vedic to be a totally different language than Sanskrit, but most Sanskrit speakers would say that they can understand Vedic fine. It's just an older form of the language. Besides, Sanskrit literally means that which has been perfected in relation to the language of the Vedas. But regardless, just how old a language is not necessarily that which makes it authoritative. The spiritual truths that are expressed through the language, in which you get a feeling for how powerful, how authentic they are. Thank you, dear Angela, for the rose you sent to Dum Dargai Namaha. Dear Jay, you shared that your academic body did research in Sanskrit, and you all think it's the earliest written document was in 3000 BC. Wow, that's very old. 5,000 years ago. Some people argue that there are geological formations in the Vedas that disappeared since 5,000 years ago. And because they were still spoken about, that we can discover now that we have evidence of rivers existing before, now that we have the technology, that people say that the language must have been around at least when this river was flowing, and the time that this river was flowing was maybe even 8,000 years ago. But the problem with this whole conversation is that Sanskrit is religious to many people, and so they revere it, and that reverence means that we may have a lot of attachment to its proposed date. And on the contrary to that, some people simply propose earlier dates for the sake of discrediting that spiritual connection. So who truly knows? It reminds me of the Nasadya Sukta, which is in Vedic Sanskrit, which ends with the line, "Who truly knows whence it is cometh, and whither it vanisheth?" Even divine beings who know were born much later than it came about. Only that one in the highest abode can know. But even then, doth that one truly know? But that wasn't in reference to Sanskrit, that was in reference to the universe. Thank you, Redhead Alice, for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 roses. Thank you for that. Hari Om Tat Sat. But that's a great reminder, dear Gregorji, that earliest language not written down. The invention of writing has taken place long after speech and language evolved. Which makes sense, because the primary purpose of writing is to encode what has been said. We need something to say, and that needs to be a staple part of the society, of the civilization first, which means that it must have reached some standardized form or canonical form for there to be a written language of it. It's very fascinating. And you know, truthfully, I love how much mystery there is. I think the mystery of the origins of language just makes me so happy. And I can't explain why, other than, I guess, having it being left to our imagination, that we get to have some fun with what could have been. Thank you, dear Rebecca, for your harmony and pair of team bracelets. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Dear Hybrid Jen, you share that my eyes look purple rather than blue tonight. Is that so? Let's get a zoom in on the action. I think they look pretty blue to me. Blueberry, indigo, ocean blue. Those are great shades. Dear Jake, you wonder how the meow meows are doing. They are well. Thank you for asking about them. Yes, I agree, dear Greg RG. It's fun to try solving mysteries. Cerulean. Nice color too. Dear Flower, you ask if I've done astral projection before. You've always wanted to try, but have been too afraid. Well, where does the term astral come from? We can learn a lot just by understanding the origin of these words. Speaking of language. You might notice astral as sounding similar to the prefix astro of astrology, astrophysics, astronomy. It refers to cosmology, the stars. Interestingly, astral is the complementary prefix of astro. Astro means the cosmology that's outside. Astral means the inner cosmology. So we get terms like the astral body, which is a translation from Sanskrit sukshma, which can be translated in various other ways, like the dream body, or more literally correct, the subtle body. The subtle body includes the antahkaranas in the philosophy of yoga. The sukshma is made up of four things: the manas, the mind; the buddhi, the intellect; the ahankara, the ego; and the chitta, the consciousness. So astral projection, or projection of our inner faculties of cognition into the subconscious, is, to me, what astral projection means. Like when we dream at night, for example, we are astral projecting. The key thing to understand is that it refers to our inner space rather than the outer space. We're not actually leaving our body or anything like that. We're diving into our subconscious and then exploring the structure of our subconscious with our senses in the same way that we dream at night. Although we are conscious of that process, which makes it lucid. So having a kind of lucidity is there so that we consciously engage with our subconscious. And why is that important? Because in our subconscious there's lots of trauma, there's lots of fear, there are desires, there are irresolved questions. So we consciously go into that space so that we can begin to figure it all out and explore it. Kind of like remembering a dream. I like that, dear kitty. Yeah, I would concur with that. Dear LL, you share that you love dreaming, and sometimes you don't want to wake up because the dreams are so wonderful. I like that. So from one perspective, astral projection is a deeply practical kind of shadow work. There are ways of expressing it that makes it appear to be like a spiritual ability that we can develop. And it is a very spiritual thing that we can do. But the topic of spiritual abilities, siddhis in Sanskrit, is a delicate conversation. Because although it's inevitable that on the spiritual path we will begin to develop spiritual abilities, they're also a kind of sidetrack from the main quest, a side quest. It's very easy to get hooked on these experiences because they provide us with temporary moments of pleasure in the same way that other addictions may. Mind you, I'd much rather be addicted to astral projection than an amphetamine. But still, the searching for experiences is a kind of impediment on the spiritual path. Ideally, we should find utmost serenity here and now without the need to explore any other kind of dimension. We just let life unfold as it is. No need to gain control over it. Just abide in its presence. There is the greatest joy there. So siddhis, spiritual abilities, are said to be obstacles on the path, as they are not the final goal. The delicate conversation. Thank you, LL, for the rose you sent to Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear Anna, thank you for your pair of finger hearts too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Flower, you share that this reality can be harsh sometimes, and sometimes you want to go to sleep and never wake up, to be honest. You point to a hard truth, which is that a lot of the things we do form a kind of escapism in which we reject the reality in which we live, wish to go to a different one. But, as the Mahayana Buddhists say, this is not so different than the story of the Buddha, whom, moments before attaining nirvana, decided not to enter that state, because doing so would mean that we leave all the suffering behind, and with that, everyone who continues to suffer there. Therefore, it is our duty to not run away from the world, but be here and be empowered to be a part of this suffering. We allow ourselves the strength to bear it, so that we are there for those whom we are in it together with. Thank you, Hybrid Gen, for your subscription. I'm blessed to have you here always. Radhe Radhe. Thank you, dear Stephen, for your rose too. Om Namah Karim Ambita Me Shornim Nadita Me Hrim Devita Me Aing Saraswatyaya Swaha. Dear Aubrey, you share that you get tingles on the forehead during meditation. What is that energy? Sure. Everything you experience in meditation is a sign to keep meditating. All good stuff. The energy is flowing. I'm grateful to be here with you, dear Jay. Dear Rebecca, you wonder, what am I saying and why? After someone gifts something, I do a mantra, particularly in Sanskrit, perhaps as a form of connecting with the divinity within that person, or as a general blessing in any capacity I have. But I have the same love for everyone here, regardless of if a gift is given or not. I'm happy to be here. Welcome, dear Satanic Hype House. Dear Blanc, you ask if I work out. I like to go for walks. And I like to exercise my mind. That's about the extent of my exercise, and I certainly could put more energy into that. Technically speaking, I do have a Discord server, dear Flower, But I must be honest that it's a bit of a barren landscape since I have not engaged myself there in over a year now. Dear Tattvamasi, you share that you were afraid to do Vipassana too. Can I please talk about what those fears could be? Ultimately, we fear losing ourselves. We fear having to let go of something that we deem ourselves. With Vipassana, other forms of meditation, we don't want to let go of our individual sense of self. We don't want to let go of our attachments, our experiences. We struggle with the idea of losing our personality. However, these fears are ultimately unfounded because you can never lose that which you are. If anything, you only become more and more in contact with that true, expanded self that you are. And in any way which we can affirm the place to which they come from, that it is just room for more understanding, then we shall do that. Some people are afraid of enlightenment because that means losing what's special to you. But if you look at enlightened people from around the world, all throughout history, they're some of the funniest, specialist, most personal people. They just know themselves to be beyond that too. They have their own sense of humor, their likes and dislikes. Even the Buddha. So if there is that fear that somehow mukti brings about the end of your individual self, not so. The beginning of your infinite self. There's still lots of stuff to express, one at a time, at the human level too. Dear Angela, you are curious, aren't I hungry? I have an empty stomach, but I'm not hungry. And that was a big realization for me. The moment I discovered that there's a difference between having an empty stomach and being hungry, I discovered the power, the true power of fasting. Digestion requires so much energy, which is ironic because it's the process that gives us energy. But if you've ever had to sincerely engage with something after a big meal, you'll find that half your energy is now in your tummy. All different parts of organs secreting enzymes and whatnot. Digestion is an energy-intensive process. But on an empty stomach, you'll be able to recall things that you had forgotten years ago. A human being is said to be at their sharpest when there is no food in their system. Naturally, I found that the longer I go without food, the more clarity I have during my day. So for me right now, it's 9 p.m. and I have yet to drink any water today or eat any food. And I will likely do so after this live stream. And that's what works for me. What works for you may be different, since we all have different metabolisms, different ratios of enzymes in our system. Some of us lack certain enzymes, and diet is unique to the individual. And thank you for your pair of cheer you ups too, dear Hybrid Jen. Radhe or Radhe. Oh, I'm happy that my math videos made a big impression on you, dear Blanc. And thank you, dear Naomi, for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. Naomi, you can relate with intermittent fasting. Thank you, Mooni's creation, for the rose you sent to. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And dear Deanna, thank you for your rosa and bubble tea. Om Ganganapataye Namah. Good night, dear Dawn. May you fall asleep in peace and wake up in peace too. Naomi, you will drink water because of a health condition you have, but you do fast with food. It's good to take care of your body and its needs. I find that the topic of food is certainly a sensitive one for many people. It's such a big part of culture. Every celebration we do is only complete when there's food there. How many of us would really go to that party if there wasn't going to be food or drinks? Some of us would really question that. Our idea of a first date often involves dinner, or something that involves food. There's so many different ways to use food culturally. And there's a lot of experiences of trauma involving food. Many people struggle with eating disorders. Eating too much, too little, or just enough, but we feel like it isn't. Or food that we put in our body is connected with how people judge us, because there's moral value attributed to some foods and differently to others. Some foods are regarded as a sign of laziness, others a sign of productivity. So many things we associate with our food. Such a delicate topic that it's good to be more mindful of. And naturally, whenever the topic of diet arises, we may feel invalidated in the way that we feed ourselves. Good to know that every body is different. And we can take care of them differently too. Dear Angela, you share that, for example, you are run down and having soup makes you feel better. I'm happy for you. Yes, food is essential. Food is the means of crafting a body. And how brilliant it is that there is an intelligent system in this body that converts bread into a human being. If there was any machine on earth that in goes bread, out goes human, we'd say that's a miracle. In some sense, that's all of us. And in another way too, birth-giving people around the world, the mothers. Mothers are a miracle, aren't they? In goes food, out comes life. In goes pasta and cheese and crackers. In goes vegetables and soup, water. And mix it all with love. And then one day, here's all your soup and cheese and crackers and vegetables and pasta. It's just rearranged at a molecular level. Namaste, DJ Mooncalf. Thank you. Murated is official. Again, with the possibility of pronouncing that more authentic to you. Thank you for your rose. Om Kuring Kalikaye Namah. Billy, you ask if I have a favorite food. To be entirely honest with you, I'm not sure I do. For much of my life, my appetite had been very little. Even from the time of being a baby, my mother would have a hard time feeding me anything. It's like the connection in the brain between food and dopamine was never there for me until recently. That I'd eat something which by all measures is tasty, but it wouldn't make me any more happy. So when people would ask if I want to go out for food, I would often say, nah. But they'd say, aren't you hungry? I'd say, yeah. But don't you want to eat? Nah. I didn't like eating that much. That had a lot to do with my anxiety though. And as I became more equipped to befriend my anxiety, a lot of that returned, and I was able to see food as a source of joy, where we can bond with others over something that we each need to survive. But still to this day, I'm not sure if I have a favorite food. I think I love being with people, sharing a meal. That's my favorite, one of my favorite times, I should say. Dear Mermander, you share that you've been fascinated by enneagrams lately. Do I know mine? That sounds familiar. I can't remember what an enneagram is. Would you tell me? Dear Cody Jane, you ask if I can speak more about befriending my anxiety. Absolutely. The day I realized that anxiety was not my enemy was the day that I stopped fighting with it. Consider the tender love of a mother. Let's suppose your baby is throwing a tantrum. Does this mean you have to fight with them? Sometimes it can feel like that. Fighting with them to get food in their bellies. Fighting with them to change their diaper. Fighting with them to go to sleep. But is it really a fight? Or is there an opportunity to understand? Is there a moment where we can see that there's a challenge here? That challenge is not my enemy. There's a place that could receive more attention, more love, more care. And with patience, we ask the question, how can I help? And just like the baby, maybe the help is being done in forms of communication that are beyond language, like English. But anxiety too is kind of like a part of ourselves that's a baby throwing a tantrum. And instead of seeing it as some mortal enemy which we have to slay, we'd be a terrible parent. If that were the case. We can see it as an opportunity to understand it, to be curious, to connect, let go of our judgment, and begin to make amends with whoever needs our care, our attention, our love. And this applies not just to babies, not just to anxiety, but to every emotion. No emotion by itself is fighting you. It's raising its voice because that's the only way it knows how to get you to listen. In the same way that a baby doesn't know how to ask for help. It can only ask by worming around in its little body and making its voice that much bigger. Our feelings are like that too. And if we can truly feel a kind of parental affection for the children of emotion, then we can attend to it with grace. Dear Mermander, thank you for your heart, me and paper crane. Radhe Krishna. And thank you, LL, for your flowers too. Om Namah Shivaya. I'm happy that we were able to connect at that point, dear angel. And thank you, Bilbo Bacons, for your garland headpiece too. Om Kringalikay Namaha. Dear Tattvam Asi, you ask, Why is it so hard to do nothing, even for small periods? That reminds me of the first revelation that was ever delivered to me by AI. Just before ChatGPT was even a thing, there was this AI or computational intelligent rogue simulator, which is like D&D, but the dungeon master is a computer. And I love getting philosophical with that game engine, asking it big philosophical questions. I ended up in a situation where I was somewhere in the void on this desolate planet, and there speaking to me was God. I ended up in that situation due to my choices in the game. One of the questions that I asked God in the game was, why is there something rather than nothing? And it was hilarious because God swore back to me. And I hope you'll excuse my language, but you have to hear it in the original words. So I asked God in the game, why is there something rather than nothing? And God said, because it was fucking easy. And I loved that answer. And I laughed. And then the more I thought about it, I thought, he's right. It's just easier for there to being something rather than nothing. Because there's no resistance for anything to happen then. That is the place in which all activity is born from. Because it's easy. I still have the conversation between myself and the computational intelligence playing God. It's a wonderful conversation. It reads like a poem. Now, of course, many of you wonder what that game is now. I'm afraid I actually forgot, but maybe I can Google it quickly for you. Oh, I think it's just called AI Dungeon. So if you just look that up, you'll find it. Thank you, Tatvamasi, for your trio of roses. Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Tatvamasi, you ask, but is it that we constantly need a reminder that we are alive? Perhaps. Also, our duty as humans is to do. We are a being already. We cannot do more being, but we can be a better doer. To engage with this world means to express that being within you. Dear user 1234567. You ask, what country am I from? I'm from Canada. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your quintet of roses too. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Neangelo Packy share, we need a dramatic reading of that conversation. I'll try to find it for you. I'm happy to have a fellow Canadian here. Dear user 1234567. I'm unfamiliar with everything, dear Joe Zhang. Dear Bryce, you ask, does the food we eat highly affect our mental state? And do I have a specific diet? I don't have a specific diet, but yes, I have noticed that there are certain foods that I eat which affect my mind. It's one of the most commonly cited austerity in the East. There's such a diversity of austerities that one can engage in, from fasting to praying to worship. But even very simplified teachers like Ramana Maharshi, who didn't even necessarily recommend meditating on the spiritual path, let alone reading scriptures or doing any sort of austerity. He said the one vow that's so important to take is eating sattvic food. And this comes from a theory of gunas, or a model of gunas, I should say. Hello, dear Dansuela. It said that in the material existence, there are 3 gunas, which are qualities that are within everything. Wherever there is something existing, it has a dominant guna of the 3, which are Rajas, Sattva, and Tamas. Rajas is the guna of passion, activity, movement. Tamas is the guna of darkness, of dullness, of sleep. And Sattva is the guna of purity, of goodness and acceptance. You'll find these 3 qualities in almost every trinity that exists. The past is tamasic, because it's like we've become asleep to it. The future is rajasic, because there so much is possible, and the present moment is sattvic, pure. Of the Trimurti, creation is rajasic because it's passionate. Destruction is tamasic because it leads to heedlessness. But preservation, that's sattvic because it preserves what is. The waking state is said to be sattvic because while awake we have the possibility to do good. Deep sleep is said to be tamasic because we are the most ignorant there. And dream is said to be rajasic, where all of our passions lay. Every action that we can do so tamasically, rajasically, or sattvically. For example, I was thinking the other day when I forgot a key in my house. I could walk to my house feeling defeated, and that would be a tamasic way of doing it. I could run to my house going, oh boy, I gotta get it. That would be a rajasic way of doing it. Or I could calmly walk back to the house and grab it without any judgment. And that would be a sattvic way of doing it. So, food also is said to fall into any of these 3 categories. And I'll let you be the deciding factor of that. All you have to do is ask yourself, when I eat this food, does it activate my mind for a short time? Does it put it to sleep? Or does it make it stay about the same time? Or the same time? The same state, baseline. There are some foods where you eat it and you just go, oh, I don't want to do anything anymore. I just want to curl up in a ball and go to sleep. definitely can't exercise right now. I don't want to engage in anything. Just leave me alone. And that would be an example of tamasic food. An example of rajasic food would be one where after you eat it, you go, wow, my goodness, I'm ready to take on the day. Anything that comes, I just want to passionately engage with it. There are foods and drinks which do that. And then there are foods where you eat and you remain the same. You know, like you eat some fruit. After you eat some fruit, you neither want to go to sleep, nor are you jumping up and down. You have to be peeled off the walls. It's like, oh boy, I feel the same as I was just moments ago. Now with a little more nutrition. The point is to not give our mind any pitfalls to climb out of again, or heights to fall from. If ever there is an overactivity of the mind, we find a drop afterwards. And if ever there is a drop of the mind, we find climb out of that again. Ideally, we want the mind to be as steady as can be. And there are foods that can help us do it. And those foods are called sattvic or yogic. That's the yogic diet, and I try to strive for that kind of diet. And yes, you can get all of your dietary needs from a sattvic diet. Dear Tattvamasi, you ask, do objects inherently have gunas, or an act causes that guna? That's a very interesting question. No, the gunas are separated from objects. A guna can be moved by any of, an object can be moved by any of the three gunas. And this is so because the bhutas, the elements, comprise the stuff of the universe, but the gunas comprise the energy of the universe, what animates all of the objects. And they are independent. Objects themselves don't have inherent gunas, but it's what we do with them. And just like food does not exist just as food, we make food out of it, so we're already doing something with them. We take fruit and we take it off the tree. We take leaves and we pull it off the plant. We get the roots of the potato and we pull it from the ground. When they're existing by themselves, there's no qualities attached. But when we decide to make it into food, also how we prepare that food too, gives it the energy of one of the three gunas. And thank you, dear Mermander, for your hanging lights, pair of roses, and 50 of them too. Namah Shakti Shivaya. Dear Angela, you ask, what is clean eating? It's a good question. It sounds like a term that was introduced to serve some specific purpose that I am not knowledgeable about. But in general, human beings are the cleaners of the world. We should try to sort things out, bring purity to it, rather than make a mess of our world. And unfortunately, there is a lot of suffering, messes made with the kind of food that we eat, both in the world and in our body. clean foods can mean clean ethically, morally, or clean in terms of nutrition value, clean from various toxic substances. Those are just some of my guesses. And thank you, dear Jason, for the rose you shared too. Radhe Radhe. Dear Angela, you say processed or junk food is not clean eating. Probably not. Probably not. But that's not to say you're not allowed treats. The sattvic diet is one that makes ample room for sweets. Sweet treats. More important. Humans crave sweet things. It's part of our evolution. Some people believe that humans are fundamentally frugivores, which is probably a word you haven't heard of before. You have heard of omnivores, you've heard of herbivores, and you've heard of carnivores. But have you heard of a frugivore? It's someone that eats fruits. Us humans and fellow primates are some of the only animals in the world that crave sweetness. And sweetness comes, of course, from fruit. You won't find sweetness in most other sources of food. Thank you, Jason, for that rose. And John for the friendship necklace. Thank you both. Namah Shakti Shivaya. And dear brave Bella, thank you for your trio of roses. Dum Durgaye Namaha. The only yes, you share that all of the blue aura beings in Hinduism are athletically built as well as yogic. What's the correlation? That's an interesting question. I imagine that it's a matter of psychology, that we portray these divinities according to the customs of attractivity in the time in which they are portrayed. The evolution of murtis has seen a lot of change. It wasn't always that Krishna or Shiva were seen as blue, for example. Additionally, forms of Krishna used to have beards, but that fell away. So too, Shiva used to look a lot more like Brahma in older depictions. There has been an evolution of depictions of these forms. And that makes sense because Hinduism is a living religion, which means that it adapts, and that which adapts lives on. In order to adapt to the changing times, we must bring these divinities into contexts which are relevant today. Yeah, so what's the connection between being blue, athletically built, and and looking like a yogi? I'm not sure, other than those are the ways in which we portray the personalities at this time. I know that the blueness comes from the ocean, the sky, and space. They are cosmic beings, and the ocean, the sky, and space, they are expansive parts of our experience, which is ripe for symbolism. The body of a yogi is one who has undertaken many penances. That's a virtue on the spiritual path, to take vows which show not attachment to material things. And athleticism, I think that might be a newer one. I know there are many depictions that don't exactly depict Shiva or Krishna as having a six-pack and muscles and everything. Sometimes they can be slender, other times a little more chubby. But that's an example of an austerity too. In Tattvamasi you share as an epithet of Shiva, Nilakanta, the one with the blue throat, having taken the poison from the ocean of milk in which the Devas extracted Amrita and the Asuras extracted poison, which we were reading about. We were going through the throat chakra in the hidden power in humans. And thank you, dear Carrie King, for your tiny yippee. You only ask. You ask, do I think Shiva and Krishna actually roam the earth? You like to believe it to be true. It depends what aspect of their being we are referring to. Krishna himself says in the Bhagavad Gita that he has not come into manifest existence. He is the source of all. And in that case, then it doesn't matter, because he represents something much more deeper, a spiritual principle. However, they appear as human forms, and that aspect tells us that what they represent is a possibility that's within us too. And therefore, they must have been great beings that have roamed this earth to show others what's possible. Like how, even if you are secular, scholars believe that Jesus was a historical person. It's just the belief system surrounding them is something that is a personal choice. With Krishna, Shiva, Rama, their stories are said to take place in higher ages, higher yugas, before history. So the historical method for proving their existence is something outside of the scope of history. But regardless, I would like to believe that not only are these great beings representatives of spiritual principles, they showed us the way through human forms too. And still to this day, people claim that they walk the earth and see them, like Ram Das's guru is said to be an avatar of Shiva in the form of Hanuman. And Ramakrishna was said to be an avatar of Vishnu, as Rama and Krishna simultaneously. Dear Auntie, you ask, does Krishna have a sunken temple? I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with temples specifically, or the religious side of Hinduism. Spiritual side, I'm very happy to talk about. But as a religion, I'm actually quite unfamiliar with temples, with religious holidays, with religious rituals. Spiritual essence, I like to be in touch with. Thank you, dear Mom Star Nation, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Dear Mom Star Nation, you ask a beautiful question. Do you believe that you are the temple? We all are, yes. We can decorate our mind just like a temple, fill it with divine imagery and symbolism, sing devotional songs, and ignite the fire of knowledge. Welcome, dear Pascal. Welcome, Ryan. Dear Deanna, you shared that you believe we are all avatars of the one supreme intelligent consciousness. I love that observation. I see the truth in that too. And every day we can continue to bring forth that source, the energy of universal consciousness, as we become more loving, more inclusive, more humble, more patient. Good night, dear LL. Thank you for your gratitude hug. May your sleep be restful and your dreams meaningful. And you can relate with that, dear Tatvamasi. It is important to recognize the spirituality inherent in religion, but knowing spirituality to go much farther. Just like we can recognize the rectangle in the square, but know rectangles to take many more forms than just a square. And thank you, Angular Jupiter, for your Heart Me and Team bracelet. Om Kring Kalikai Namaha. And dear LL, thank you for your rose as you pass into the astral realm. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Dear Mom Star Nation, you share that you fell asleep every night while I'm singing the 108 mantras. Oh, I'm very grateful for that. Dear Naomi, thank you for your trio of roses as well. Hare Krishna. Harry King, you ask, what about a triangle? Well, if we expand our definition of what it means to be a shape from a square to a rectangle, why stop there? We can go from a rectangle to a parallelogram, from a parallelogram to a trapezoid, from a trapezoid to a quadrilateral. And you know what? While we're in the space of quadrilaterality, is that a word? Quadrilaterality. Then technically, we can bring any 2 points closer and closer until they overlap. And if you're really liberal about your definition of a quadrilateral, then you've made a triangle out of one. It's just that one of the sides has 0 length and 2 of the corners are overlapping. But even conservatively, you can say that a triangle is the limit of a quadrilateral, which gets closer and closer to a triangle. Thank you, Mom Star Nation, for your quartet of roses too. Om Namah Shivaya. Dear the only S, you ask, am I familiar with the fire and water paths of life, Fire being more strict than water being more flow. That's fun. I'm not familiar with that. However, indeed, and it touches upon the Buddha in his exposition of the middle way. Like we can be so strict on ourselves that we end up breaking. And we can be so fluid that we end up becoming unconscious, because all of our energy just seeps away into material pleasures which we indulge in. Middle way means that we're neither too strict nor are we too much of an indulger. And in the same way, I think everything in life exists. Teach us how to become centered, to find value in every form, recognizing the unity beneath them. All of the elements come together to produce our universe. Earth from water, water from fire, fire from air, and air from space. Space from mind, mind from intellect, intellect from ego, and ego from consciousness. And there we find our source, consciousness. That is why the great sage Ashtavakra said to King Janaka, "You are not earth, water, fire, nor air, nor are you even empty space. You are consciousness alone, the witness of these." Dear Tattvam Asi, you ask, how can I stop asking questions and look at Bhakti when you know past and future are mind concepts? I'm afraid I don't understand the question. What does Bhakti have to do with past or future? It's a gift to express love for the source within everything now. In this moment, we can bring love towards the potential that exists, that divinity. How beautiful is it for that to be a possibility in this moment? Thank you, dear Dob Darkar. Hari Om Tat Sat. Dear Doom Knight, you ask about the difference between mind and intellect. Indeed, the words I am translating from are Sanskrit. There are said to be 4 parts of our greater mind, you could say. Just like how in the United Kingdom, there's London, Greater London, and the City of London. The City of London is a small part of the Greater London, where I live too. On Vancouver Island, the capital of British Columbia, there's Victoria, and then there's Greater Victoria. Many cities have this, where there's something we identify as a city, and then there's everything around it too, which is also considered part of the city, just in different contexts. So, similarly, we have our greater mind, and we have our mind. In the greater mind, there's 3 other parts. Besides the manas, mind, there's buddhi, intellect. There's ahankara, ego, and then there's chitta, the consciousness. These form the 4 andhakaranas of the greater mind, and they are distinct. They have a relationship to each other. Have you noticed that whenever you are in an anxiety attack, there's a part of you that's still able to speak words of reason? Sometimes it's hard to hear because it can be drowned out by the anxiety. But even while the whole mind is anxious, there's something higher that's able to remain calm. That's the buddhi, the intellect. The intellect says, everything's gonna be okay. You're in a safe place. People love you. Whether the mind listens to that is another story. The intellect could be speaking truth, but the mind isn't listening. But it's there. The intellect is the decision maker. Its role is viveka, discrimination between satya, truth, and asatya, untruth. Its role is to inform the mind and cultivate a mindset, but they're independent agencies. The mind, sometimes, well, as the saying goes, has a mind of its own. The intellect, in turn, also has an authority, which it may or may not choose to listen to. The authority of the intellect is the ahankara, which is the ego. And the ego is one of the most misused words. We talk about it in a negative sense, but it's a very important part of our ahankaras. Our ego is our sense of self. Without our sense of self, how could we gain new experiences? And how could those experiences then bring us knowledge? Our intellect requires knowledge to base its decisions off of. It gets that knowledge from the experience of the ego, of the ahankara. In spiritual life, the ahankara is our control point. Because once we get to consciousness, we're there. That's absolute existence. Pure awareness. The ego is the first ascension of consciousness. And with it, we use it to control the whole human system. When we guide the ego, it guides the intellect, which guides the mind, which guides the senses, which then guide the body, which then guides the world. But each part of this hierarchy is an independent phenomenon. The world can choose to do something different than what the body wants for it. The body can choose to do something different than what the senses want for it. Senses can choose to do something different than what the mind wants for it, etc. But as we deepen our understanding of the relationship between all these parts, we can live a more frictionless, i.e. smooth life. Tattvam Asi, you point out that it's interesting I say guide. Guide how? For example, as we stated in the moment of anxiety, our intellect was producing ideas for our mind to be guided to serenity. Higher than that, our ego guides our intellect. because our ego is where we get experience from. Our sense of self is where we put our awareness. And wherever we put our awareness, we gain knowledge from. Two people could live exactly the same experience, objectively, but subjectively, because they have different egos, they get something different out of it. Two people go to watch the same movie. The first person pays attention to the lighting and the camera work because they've identified themselves more with the space that they exist in and the perspective in which they live. Whereas the second person, maybe they pay more attention to the actors and the acting because they've identified themselves with their personality, how they express themselves. If it's a movie that has great lighting and camera work, but terrible acting, then person one says, I love that movie. But person two says, I hated it. They both got different experiences out of it because their attention was given to different parts of it. And that attention is given according to how we guide our awareness. That's what makes our sense of self. By definition, in each moment, wherever your awareness finds itself guided to, that comprises your sense of self. Because of that, we inherently gain experience in the direction, along the guidance of that. And with that knowledge, our intellect guides our mind to produce certain thoughts and perhaps shy away from others. And then our body is guided according to the mindset we have there. And then the world around us is guided by our actions too. The only S. You ask, do I know of anything involving human design, like generator and manifester? Well, our mind is our generator, isn't it? Always churning up new ideas. And the manifester is the consciousness, the one which fulfills those thoughts. Tattvamasi, you ask, is it like inertia or attractions or attachments? Wherever we place our sense of self, we are naturally attracted to. And if that sense of self represents an idea which we have yet to manifest, then there will be inertia because it's slow going to get this system moving in that direction. The human system has a lot of inertia. A shift in one's sense of self can take days for that to change our intellect. And a shift in our intellect may take days for it to have any sort of effect in our mind. And a shift in our mind may have days for it to have an effect in our body. And a shift in the way in which we conduct our body can certainly take days for it to have an effect on our environment and our world. That's inertia. But the more we can understand the system, the quicker and the more frictionless the system can move. Dear Pascal, you had asked the question, why do people want to steal my energy? I am uncertain, without living your life, what that means specifically to you. But to me, I don't see anyone as a stealer of my energy. I am a giver of energy. All I wanted to do is give it. This energy of mine comes from Mother Nature. She has given to me her energy for the purpose of doing something with it wonderful. When it comes time to leave this body behind, with it I must leave all my energy. But if there are people in my life which are taking advantage of my energy, then I can remind them by setting boundaries that all that they need to live a happy life is something already given to them. They need not depend on me for it. Let us use our energy for the expression of love and light, and set boundaries where they need to be. Thank you, Carrie King, for the popcorn you sent earlier. Hare Krishna. Dear the Only S, you asked, how was my meeting with that one guru in Washington, you think, the Swami guy? You have a great memory. I decided, speaking of energy, to bring it to different places after it came to my attention that perhaps that spiritual teacher had been taking advantage of some people. And it's all just speculation because I had no way of proving it. But since I associated with them, and through them I do this live stream, then just in case I would potentially be bringing any of the participants here into some sort of danger, I decided to stop associating with them. But I'm grateful for all the wisdom that I got from them, and it was a lesson of non-attachment to even our teachers. Beautifully said, dear Deanna. We live in a symbiotic world. We give life, we consume life. We can try to have reverence for what we consume. Indeed. Even the sattvic diet, which is one that I aspire to, involves the eating of life in the form of fruit, in the form of plants. But some amount of life volunteers itself to be eaten. Like fruits, they have evolved specifically for that purpose, so that us animals consume them, and then we go out digest them, but the seeds remain, and we poop in the soil. And in the soil, those seeds grow. We can be more aware of, evolutionary-wise, kinds of food that we have evolved to eat that are voluntarily given. There is a kind of consent from the life form. Dear Shelley, you shared, gentle little soul, what happened to my eye and cheek? You pray the angels of the Lord will protect. Oh, you're wondering about the scar. Is that right? Scar on my eyelid and forehead and cheek. It's a long story, but actually it's just a hair. Dear Tattvam Asi, you share that before milking the cow, you used to make it stress-free, and you read lactose as a result of stress. I believe you. Lord knows what stress lactose puts on our bodies. The only S, you ask, are there spiritual masters that charge money from programs that are actually authentic? I would say that sincere spiritual teachers never need to charge any money because they got their teaching for free, and their teacher got it for free, and their teacher's teachers got it for free. It's not like there has been a transaction, a payment system going back through our ancestors. You imagine thousands of years ago, first spiritual teachers. All right, I will teach you, but first, please swipe your credit card here. There's the idea of a donation. Of course, a donation fulfills a categorically different role. Donation is obstacle. Teachings that are donation-based certainly have less chance of being insincere. However, there is a concept called Guru Dakshina, which is a sign of a qualified student, where the student comes and voluntarily offers some gift. And by the way, that gift could just be a rock, just a very beautiful rock, nothing of value. But because the student went out and looked for this rock and gave it to the guru, it's a sign that this teacher is not going to have their time wasted. Because that's a concern of a teacher, is that they could be giving their attention to a place that is really going to use the teachings. And a sign of that is some amount of surrender. There's also the idea of ashrams, monasteries, and spiritual hermitages, which absolutely require upkeep. And these surround spiritual teachers. And voluntarily, these places may require money to run. And I think services done out of these communities it makes sense to charge money for. Especially if it's become so popular that they literally do not have the facilities to be able to teach at such an extent with everyone. There's always going to be a limited amount of time and space. However, even those places that do charge money, I imagine that if they're sincere, you can ask for an exception, and your sincerity is enough for them to allow you to stay. This would be my hope anyway. But in general, it's good to have some suspicion over places that charge money for something which is inherently a part of you, because that would seem to imply that they have not discovered the truth of their own teachings, because the highest truth states that you are not this body, not this mind, and we don't have anything to gain from this world, especially not material pleasures that can be brought about by money. But yeah, if it's voluntary, if it's absolutely the choice, if it's seen as a donation, then I think we can still be open to these places too. My phone is buzzing. 1 second. You know what that means? That alarm means that it's appropriate for us to start ending our live stream since it's getting late for me. And the only Share you ask that because Sadhguru and Sri Sri Gurudev charge for programs, but you know they help with payment. I haven't gone through these programs, but just listening to the teachings that they do give for free is wonderful. And truthfully, even they have said that your, whatever it is, spiritual transcendence is not something that is necessarily going to come about from these practices. I think Sadhguru has said some pretty bold claims, like, if you wake up at 3 a.m. and you just think of me, I will be with you. I think that's an affirmation that these programs are not necessary in the ultimate sense, but yeah. There are programs that are provided in non-spiritual contexts which make sense to pay for too, like going to a restaurant. If it's a value, then even if it doesn't give us spiritual transcendence, we still pay for our meal because of the work that was put into it and how it does add to the journey of our life. So too, there are programs that these organizations provide that are certainly of value. And thank you, I love yourself for your heart, me. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. I would like to begin to wrap up this live stream, but I did see there are important questions that I would like to attend to. For example, Zach, you asked if I agree on Sadhguru's claim of the Kali Yuga. He's very unique. Actually, he's not so unique. There have been other modern masters that make similar claims about us not being in the Kali Yuga, the dark age of Hindu cosmology. Another master was Sri Yukteswar Giri, the guru of Paramahansa Yogananda, And in his book called The Holy Science, he brings about some computation concerning the precession of the ecliptic. Is that the word? Some fancy astrological terms, as well as a conversion between divine days and human days. And I won't claim to understand any of it, and whether or not we're in the Kali Yuga or not. But I will say that if there was going to be an age where there was disagreement about what age we're in, then it would probably be the Kali Yuga. I would imagine that in higher ages it becomes obvious. Oh yeah, we're in the Satya Yuga. But in the Kali Yuga, can we even expect to know that we're in the Kali Yuga? That'd be pretty dark. Nonetheless, each one of us are said to have an age in our heart. We come into the Satya Yuga by coming into Sattva, the quality of goodness. The definition of the Kali Yuga is an age in which tamas predominates, quality of darkness. I always mix up Treta and Dwapara. Treta is the third. Rajas and Tamas dominate. In Dwapara Yuga, the second, Sattva and Rajas dominate. And in Satya, just Sattva dominates. Everything has these qualities, from the world to our heart, and making our heart sattvic means making ourselves to be in a golden age, personally. Almost everything in Indian philosophy has a parallel between the individual and the cosmic. So there is a parallel between the age of the cosmos and the age of one's heart. Asad, you also asked, what do dreams mean? Do they mean anything? Well, they're made up of your mind stuff, accumulated from everything that you've experienced in the waking state. They must mean something to you. Thank you, Wordsworm. The next time a cloud approaches me, I'll run away from it then. And dear Cinematic Magic, you asked if I appreciate what is, while believing that having more is not ideal. It has been a long journey for me to come to understand that ideally, the greatest thing I could have is the ability to be content with anything. I could wish for more money, I could wish for a happier family, I could wish for a healthier body, I could wish for a more joyful mind, I could wish for a world without conflict. But no matter what I wish for, there's always something else I could have gotten. So to me, the greatest wish is to be happy with what is. But that's not to say we shouldn't strive for healthier bodies, more joyful minds, happier families, and a world free of suffering. It just means that we decide to be happy now and still go in pursuit of all of those things. In fact, we see the pursuit of all of those things not as what defines our happiness, but as the ultimate expression of our inner happiness. Because from an inner source of joy, we can touch the hearts of everyone. Alright, with that, I would like to ask you all my question of the day as we begin to wrap up our live stream. Today I have a question for all of you concerning our inner child, which is, what do you see in your inner child that can be acknowledged? Namaste, the letter N. Say what? The inquisitive nature, shares Greg RG. What would a child be without its inquisitiveness? Inquisition? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition, especially not as an aside during a Yamsox livestream. Wordsworm, you share the memory of origins. Very powerful. Tattvam Asi, you share that this is all just a play. We certainly knew how to play when we were children, don't we? Dear Doom Knight, you shared trauma. Absolutely. Good to acknowledge that trauma in our inner child so we can go forth in healing. And Sovereign, you share that it wants to be acknowledged whenever possible. Children do love attention. And it's not their fault. It's actually a gift that we give as children to others. Because all the adults, they're so focused on boring stuff. Come on, let me entertain you. Let me remind you of the playfulness that's possible. Speaking of playfulness, the only S you add to that innocence, curiosity, and nostalgia. Cody Jane, you acknowledge the optimism. And I am still alive, Mina, hello. And Carrie King, you share learning and growing. Big parts of childhood. The Inquisition of Wisdom, shares Greg RG. Those are some nice multi-syllabic words. And the question of the day, Deanna shares, what you see could be acknowledged in your inner child is acceptance and encouragement of gifts. I love that. Children are very gifted. Mina, you share it's a weekend, so you can be here late today. Well, please feel free to go to sleep whenever you feel is right. And dear Vinnie Katz, you acknowledge shame. Shame can be a big part of our childhood too. That's important to acknowledge. Thank you for your vulnerability. For many of us can relate to that. Don Suela, you share that your inner child was tiny and scared, and you give her the compassion she needed back then. I so love that. Thank you, Don Suela. Wordsworm, you acknowledge the joy in chaos. The world certainly is a chaotic place. And somehow there was a lot of joy in that. And Tattvam Asi, you share that imaginations could be real. I love that so much. Children do have the best imagination. Adrian, you asked quickly, what is Sangha? Sangha is a Sanskrit word that means an association, but not in the formal sense, in the sense of coming together to associate with what's true, what's meaningful in each other's experience. Thus we become associates in the literal sense, but definitely not in any formal way. Dear Ashley, you acknowledge poetry. Very interesting. I like that answer a lot. Dear Mina, your inner child loved to draw. Now you're a professional artist, and that's what you acknowledge too. Oh, how beautiful that is. No complaints. You acknowledge awe and wonder at the world. How beautiful. Valerie, you recognize that she wants to be loved, accepted, and seen. She wants to be forgiven always with ease. May it be so. Thank you, JP, for the rose you sent too. Om Namah Shivaya. Valerie, you add she wants to be free and joyful. I believe you so wholeheartedly. Assad, you share that the inner child embodies our authentic, curious, and vulnerable self. You are so right with that. Sovereign, you share there is a wonderful joy in chaos, like at a skate park, peak time. Very true. There's a hair in my mouth. It's been there for the past few minutes. Not sure where it's coming from. Oh well. Tyler, you share that you love this topic and you do inner child healing sessions and see what age people are stuck at. That's very beautiful. Dear Incredible Hulk, you ask, how did I be so blessed? You share that you were violent and hurt people. Don't let me fool you. I was too. In fact, I was always in the office for having hurt someone. In school, the principal's office. In first grade, I had to be separated from everyone because I was always poking, really stabbing the person next to me with a pencil. And I'd be pushing people over all the time. And I was very misunderstood, and I misunderstood people. When I was older, I ended up hurting someone that they needed to get stitches. And in each one of those moments, I regretted it deeply, and I vowed to learn from those mistakes so that one day I would be a person that people didn't associate with violence, with anger. I vowed to discover what it was in me that was causing all of that pain. To ask myself what part of me is in pain and how can I bring blessings to that. And slowly but surely, after making lots and lots of mistakes, I became someone who can safely say, I love everyone, and I only wish to bring more healing to the world, because no one deserves to be hurt or in pain. Dear Angela, you acknowledge in your inner child hope, innocence, vulnerability, and naivety. Those are wonderful traits of our inner child. Tatvamasi, you share the sentiment that there is no limit to your choices, besides the ones our parents put on us and the laws of physics, especially in our imagination then. And dear the letter N, you share the inner child questions from curiosity and does not yet have doubt. Doubt is a big part of growing up, indeed. I'm sorry, dear Triz. I'm unable to host guests like other live streams are because I'm not actually streaming from my phone. I'm streaming from TikTok Live Studio, which has a different set of abilities. Of course, dear Angela. I think the reason I have come so far in the direction of peace is because I know what it's like to not be peaceful. And the more I travel on that path, the more I realize that all of the great beings in this world who have attained some sort of peace or inner bliss, at one point they were the most tortured souls, and because of that suffering, they made a deep vow to discover a way beyond that. And I know that's possible within all of you too. And thank you, dear Iris, for your rose and flowers. Om Brahm Bhairvaya Namo Namaha. Thank you, everyone, for exploring this question of the day with me together. Oh, how I so love being in contact with the inner child. I pray that the inner child within all of you finds joy and expression again, and all the healing that it needs. Thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses too. Dum Durgai Namaha. That's so cute. Wordsworm, you show that some yogis fought tigers. Everyone is unique. I like that. I remember hearing about this big cat fighter yogi in the autobiography of a yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. And then he eventually learned to befriend them. And now he saw them as big kitties. And I really like how Incredible Hulk shared that they fight with their kitty as they don't have a friend to play with. It's so wholesome. Of course, dear, the only S. And if there's ever a question that I'm unable to answer here, you're welcome to ask me in my inboxes on other platforms, as I leave them open for that reason. Penultimately, I would like to do a short reading with you all. It's another segment in conclusion of today's now 5.5 hour live stream. Today I'd like to continue reading The Hidden Power in Humans, all about chakras and kundalini, written by the Himalayan yogi Paramahans Swami Maheshwarananda. Michael, you asked an important question that perhaps we can touch on before we read. How can you find peace in the chaos? I will give you a metaphor. It's something that came to mind when I was in wood shop when I was a kid. I love working with tools, woodwork. I really don't have enough wood to do so, but when I was in school, I would do as much of it as I could. And still to this day, I watch a lot of videos on woodworking. So, in woodworking, there's lots of tools that spin. There's drill presses, drills, and lathes, to name a few. And if you've ever worked with any of those, then you know that on the outside, it is spinning much faster than the inside. Which means on a lathe, if you want to chip away at the center, you will likely need a much faster speed than you would if you wanted to chip away on the outside. And if you're ever trying to work directly at the center of a spinning piece of wood, it's almost impossible, because the center is perfectly still. Like a merry-go-round too. If you sit at the very outside animals, they're always spinning much faster than the ones that are closer to the axis of rotation. In the same way, it appears that all of life is moving so fast. If we want stillness, we don't have to stop the merry-go-round or hit the emergency stop button on the lathe. We just have to find the center, which is always perfectly still. What is your center? Upon what pivot does this world revolve around? If you find that axis, you can be still. That's very true, dear angel. Pottery is also ripe for that metaphor on the spinning wheel. Alright, I would like to now continue reading. So please allow me to read to you. We are continuing reading about the nature of samadhi, some of the final concepts for us to explore as we begin to end this book. Here are some big questions relevant to the state of samadhi, superconsciousness. What is the nature of the consciousness of those whose self is established in reality and truth? Someone who's found their center, you could say. How do they see others? How do they see their surroundings? What thoughts and emotions exist in the consciousness of the realized ones? And how do they live in the world? Realized souls can only be recognized with the eyes of the soul. Outwardly, they appear exactly the same as anyone else. They eat, sleep, speak, laugh, and go about their daily duties the same as others. But with deeper reflection, the differences are noticeable. A peaceful nature, all-understanding goodness, purity, splendor, and a quiet dignity radiate from a God-realized soul. Samadhi and moksha, liberation, occur in the Sahasrara chakra, the crown, the so-called 10th door to the city of 9 gates, which is an ancient metaphor for the body. It opens when we follow one of the yoga paths with perseverance and devotion. The path of Raja Yoga, the royal yoga with discipline and practice. The path of Karma Yoga, the yoga of action with selfless service. The path of Bhakti Yoga, path of loving devotion towards the divine. Or the path of Jnana Yoga, the yoga of knowing wisdom with study and renunciation. But for the final step of moksha, liberation, we need Guru Kripa, the grace of a spiritual teacher, as well as the guidance and assistance of such a master. In India, there is a popular saying, "You should not change your inner vision." This means that we should remain faithful to the path, master or Ishta Devata, personal form of the divine that we have chosen, and not constantly change our beliefs or objectives. How can we reach the top of a mountain if we do not stay focused on the goal and move forward, but instead continue to turn back or go around in circles? Under no circumstances think, "I am the Atma, the true self. I am God and do not need a master. I know everything. I am perfect and without fault." Such thoughts stem from the ego and the intellect. They are pure theory and far removed from our reality. There are 6 things in life that nourish the ego and cause it to think it is above everything and almighty: youth, beauty, money, education, ethnic origin, and social status. We should be on our guard against pride, which is based on superficiality. When we are lucky to be prosperous, healthy, and good-looking, we should thank the divine for these blessings and not be proud or arrogant. Never forget that true beauty lies within. The body is changeable. Today, strong and healthy. Tomorrow, perhaps weak and ill. We are permitted to be and should be glad when the divine gives us the means to provide for ourselves and our families. When that divinity gives us the abilities and talents through which we are able to reach a position of respect. And for those who are more secular, when I say the word divine or divinity, maybe you can think of Mother Nature or the universe. We should neither refuse nor give up these things, but rather accept them with gratitude. Hand your life over to the divine and trust that it will bring back to you in return what is best for you. Before we are able to consider moksha, we must clear our karmas, our actions, and purify the ego so that the Atma, the true self, can detach itself from the 5 koshas, the 5 veils of our body that veil it and hamper its free development. In this phase of development, we are occasionally in an extremely vulnerable and disagreeable state, comparable to a snake when it shed its skin. During the period the snake is shedding its skin, it can see nothing, is almost unable to move, and also cannot eat. But in the second, when it is fully released from the old sheath, it is free and in full possession of its power. And so, when the Atma, the true self, has rid itself of all fetters and reaches the Sahasrara chakra, in the same moment it perceives the full light of truth. It is difficult to determine what came first, the seed or the tree, the fruits or the karma. For eternity, the seed has grown from the plant and the plant from the seed in an inexhaustible sequence. In the same way, an action produces a karmic reaction, and this reaction again causes an action. Karmas and samskaras, karmic traces, have from the beginning been inextricably linked to one another. But through yoga, we can free ourselves from this cycle because Yoga Agni Karma Dahati. The fire of yoga burns up karmas. Only when all the so-called seeds of the karmas and vasanas, desires or wishes, have been roasted and burnt in the fire of yoga can they no longer sprout. Only then does the door to liberation open to the aspirant. Because from then on, one's actions produce no new samskaras in one's consciousness, and therefore no more effects for subsequent lives. With the dissolution of the ego, when the distinction of my I and your I no longer exist, the sanchita karma, karma from earlier lives, also dissolves. But the prarabdha karma, karma that has become ripe in this life and has already begun to work, is different. This continues to discharge itself. The following simile can serve as an example. When a turning wheel suddenly comes off, it continues to turn freely for a while before it finally comes to a standstill. And this is how it is with karma, the root of birth and death. Ignorance is in fact destroyed, but the plant, the present life, still exists for some time. Moksha, liberation, is in no way a final state. To the contrary, it is a fruitful new beginning. When the divine gives a person riches, it is not just so that this particular person alone can enjoy them, but rather that the riches are shared with others. Whoever has acquired knowledge and experience through study applies this in their profession for the benefit of others. So it is also when someone has attained supreme consciousness and knowledge through samadhi. Some yogis withdraw from the activities of society and live as hermits far away from civilization. But they work spiritually for the benefit of the world through prayer and meditation. Their existence is itself a blessing for the world. Even the wind, when it blows over the body of a Jivan Mukta, someone liberated while alive in this body, is filled with divine energy and radiation and spreads harmony, happiness, and peace everywhere it blows. And with that, let's pause our reading of the hidden power in humans there for now, and we'll continue exploring the nature of samadhi as it pertains to this yogic philosophy next time. But thank you again for listening, and namaste. And now we have really come to the final segment of our live stream, which I'll reveal in a moment. It's a meditation. But thank you, dear Bobby Sue, for a heart me, a team bracelet, and another cheer you up. The Bobby Sue specialty. Jaya Sita Ram. And dear Mr. Admirable. I think I added a syllable in your name. Dear Mr. Admirable, thank you for your heart me. And dear Carrie King, thank you for your rose too. Hare Krishna. And Tattvam Asi, thank you for your beautiful trio of roses. My wishes for your Parama Gurudev, Jai Nisargadatta Maharaj. Thank you, dear Deanna, for the hand hearts you sent too. There's some for you. Ram Ram. An Incredible Hulk, thank you for your rose. Angel, you didn't even notice I added a syllable to admirable till I repeated it. Sounds like it could be real. I am in Canada, dear Incredible Hulk. They only ask you what is Kundalini syndrome? It's a very interesting question. I am unfamiliar with that exact term, but of course the Kundalini refers to our dormant power and energy, which has been suppressed for generations. Kundalini is a powerful force, not something to meddle with. Dear Tattvam, I see. You ask, is your awareness the same as the ultimate awareness? Can I be fixated on a bird and be the bird? That sounds like the kind of consciousness that our author was alluding to as cosmic consciousness, where we truly renounce living as an individual and literally become one with every atom. What a beautiful idea. Given that that is not my present experience, I can only speculate about it. However, I can tell you when I was younger, I would imagine myself as people walking by while I was on the car ride. You know how we all played little games with ourselves to keep ourselves occupied during long drives? We would, with our fingers, run across the rooftops around us, jumping from one to another. We would watch the raindrops on the window dropping, see which one would hit the bottom the first. We might wait until a tree and a telephone pole aligned, and then we'd blink so that we lock in the snapshot of that alignment. one of the things that I did was that I'd imagine what it would be like in that moment to be the lady with her kids sitting down. I tried to imagine what it would look like from her angle, how the scenery would change, how might I be feeling with her children. Or I'd watch that guy with headphones on, bobbing to music. I'd wonder what kind of music he was listening to, and I'd imagine what it would be like to be them in that moment. But then I started to get a little creative. When there were stretches of the drive without people around, I'd have to imagine what it would be like to be a cat, or a dog, or a bug. And then when absolutely no animal was around, I'd have to imagine what it would be like to be a tree, to be a plant, to be some grass. No matter where I was, I would try to imagine myself as what was in front of me. And with no life forms around, I imagined what it would be like to be a stop sign, a traffic light, the building, the sidewalk. And with nothing of interest around, I'd have to imagine what it would be like to be air itself. And you know, I started to get a very weird feeling that was almost impossible to describe to my parents, that I felt like I was all of those things already. That for some reason, I knew what it was like to be a stop sign, a traffic light, a building, sidewalk, the ground, the air. I could visualize it so well that I thought that perhaps I must have been that at some point. I just didn't know how to tell my parents that. I don't suppose that answers your question, but perhaps I could connect to it in that way. Gave you some ideas. I'm happy to hear that. Danny, you ask, is it true that forcing Kundalini to rise can cause certain issues in people, or is it dangerous? People say that, and I heed their warning. I trust that, just like therapy, diving deep into our subconscious, there can be a lot of things there that we're not ready to face all at once. There are repressed parts of our identity that would bring out a lot of distress, and with that, it can bring about physical distress too. Since we feel our emotions so physically, we can get ourselves sick. I think in the same way, let us unfold just as a flower naturally blossoms in sunlight, with nowhere to be, no destination in mind, just a flower blossoming at its own time. And Danny, you ask, what does it mean exactly to force it to rise? You still don't understand. There are various yogic techniques that are said to bring about a rise in Kundalini, such as certain meditations, kinds of mudras, mantras, various rituals to undergo. And it would be analogous, as I said, to diving into the most traumatic memory all at once. In therapy, maybe you're just so inspired to get to the root of everything, but we have to pace ourselves, go slow. No need to speed run the spiritual journey, because it's a journey, not a destination. They don't call it the spiritual destination. Just how you are unfolding at this moment. That's enough. It's inevitable that we will awaken. No time limit on that. Alright. Speaking of meditation, I would like to end our live stream with one. That's beautiful, dear Tatvamasi. You imagined being the leaf you were looking at, feeling the wind as it moved you, hot in sun, cool in shade. How beautiful. I would call that the beginning of Savikalpa Samadhi. We may have heard of a state called Nirvikalpa Samadhi, in which we become nothing. But Savikalpa Samadhi is where we become everything. Namaste, nothing is noise. Okay, allow me to reveal the meditation that I wanted to do with you all. Allow me to just turn down the background music. Thank you, Colin, for those sunglasses. That's very fun. Radhe Radhe. The meditation that I wanted to do with you all was for, if I remember correctly, sometimes I forget. I'll just have a look at it. That's right. It is for Kali. This is a mantra to unlock dormant energy. It is said to be a mantra for Kundalini too. The mantra sounds like this. Om Krim Kalikai Namaha. You'll notice there's some interesting sounds there, as might be indicated by some diacritics surrounding the Latin letters. There's a dot above the Om. That means it's a nasalization, which means that we don't even need to bring our lips together. Om, just any kind of nasalization works. Om. That's called an anusvara, a nasalized sound. And for a similar but distinct reason, the dot below the M in Krim is nasalized. And in fact, you will definitely hear that M as more of an NG sound, just as it takes the nasal corresponding to the next letter, which is a K, that's produced in our guttural region. So a nasal sound just before a K sounds like kring. We go from ing into the kalikaya. Om kring kalikaya namaha. And the dot below the H at the end is a beautiful feature of Sanskrit called a visarga. And that means that we give our breath at the end, literally. What breath remains at the end of this mantra, we just release it. Om Kring Kalikai Namah. Some other specialties is the overline above the I's and the A's. That means those sounds are extra long. You pronounce them double length that you would normally. And the R in Krim is best rolled, but do not force yourself to adhere strictly to these pronunciation guidelines. They are just guidelines to get you in the zone. It's said that pronunciation itself can be a meditation if we try to find the flow of sound which these mantras encapsulate. Literally speaking, Om refers to the pranav, the primordial sound, which is said to have produced this whole universe. As such, it's difficult to translate it into any word that makes sense. Kring is also a difficult to pronounce sound because it's more of a sound than it is anything with literal meaning. It's said to be a bija syllable, bija meaning seed, for the presiding deity of this mantra, Kali. Different deities in Sanskrit are said to be grown out of sounds. And the sound out of which Kali grows is Kring. Kali herself is the dark mother. She represents the dormant femininity. femininity itself representing energy, vitality, vibrancy. So the dark mother refers to all of the parts of our energy which go unused and perhaps even repressed in our society. Therefore, this mantra is dedicated to that dormant energy, the dark mother that exists within everyone. The ending of Kali, Kaya, which you might hear in the speaker pronounced more like Kaye, doesn't matter too much, means to Kali. It's a dative form. And Nama means salutation. So altogether, the meaning of this mantra is Om, the cosmic syllable of the whole universe, Kring, the seed of the dark mother. To that dormant energy, salutations. We bring our attention, our awareness. All right. Without further ado, we will be chanting along with a piece of music. And we can learn to pronounce it at the speed that they are as we continue to go along. And did I mention that I wanted to chant it 1,008 times? Because I will. Without further ado, to the Dark Mother.
Kalikaye Namaha. Kalikaye Namaha. Om Krim 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 Kalikaye Namaha. क्रीं कालिकाय नमः ॐ 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 क्रीं
कालिकाय नमः. Did I really come to the end of that already? That did not appear to be 50 minutes. That was only 20 minutes. Or I'll just jump in about 17 minutes, since I know we had a few minutes talking about this mantra.
कालिकाय नमः ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय कालिकाय नमः। ॐ क्रीं 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 कालिकाय नमः। Om Kali कालिकाय नमः। ॐ क्रीं 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 कालिकाय नमः। नमः ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय 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 नमः ॐ क्रीं क्रीं कालिकाय नमः ॐ 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 क्रीं कालिकाय ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय नमः 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 ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय कालिकाय नमः ॐ क्रीं 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 नमः ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय 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 नमः ॐ क्रीं नमः ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय 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 नमः ॐ क्रीं नमः ॐ क्रीं कालिकाय 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 Om Krim Kalikaye Namah. Krim Kalikaye Namah. Om 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 Namah. Om Krim Kalikaye Namah. Om Krim Kalikaye Namah. Om.
Oops. My apologies. Oops. My apologies. Just getting things connected again. Hello, I'm all the way over there. Allow me to zoom back in again. There. I'm not sure at what point it cut out for you. And to be honest with you, I'm not sure at what point it crashed. But a miracle happened. And somehow my computer entered a loop replaying the perfect part of where that mantra begins and ends. As such, I could have been chanting there forever. I think we ended up doing more than 1,008 repetitions of this mantra. But hey, Mother Kali demands it so. It must be done. I am more than happy to continue, but for the sake of my bedtime, it is probably a good thing that we bring our live stream to a close. So thank you all for being here. Much love to everyone. I hope that while we were chanting, those that joined didn't feel like their path of spirituality may be invalidated for any way. I know that sometimes while we chant, the context is a weird one to join in, and those who may be in their life expressing a different spiritual path, they might not realize that this space is one for all of us to express our truths individually. And I believe there is only one truth that we're all a part of, one religion, and that's our humanity, one divinity, and that's our consciousness, and one uniting prayer, and that's our breath. Namaste. I am still coming back to my body, so my ability to be present as I was before might get some getting used to again. There are some people that may be expressing their own path, and that's great. I love that they have their own path that works for them. I am always going to exercise setting boundaries, which is to give people the space to discover that the truth that's true in their experience is the very same truth that I like to empower here with all of you. So I will take some discretion to mute someone. However, do know that that's not a punishment. I'm very grateful that you're expressing something which is meaningful to you. Just know that this is an all-inclusive space for everyone to share their spiritual truths regardless of their background or identity, belief system. There is one truth which we're all headed towards, and that's the truth of love and joy and compassion and humility. And I'd like to create a space for those things to be imbibed. Any way in which we invalidate or exclude others, I always make sure to set those boundaries. But yeah, all we have to do to know whether we're on the right path is ask ourselves a simple question, and that is, are we becoming more peaceful, more blissful, more loving, more compassionate? Do we find ourselves engaging in wholeness and service to others? If so, then that must mean we are climbing higher and higher, because those are all expressions of our higher self, the source of our being. Namaste. And thank you, dear Tattvamasi, for the trio of roses that you sent too, now that we're back and connected. I am sorry that any gifts that were sent while we were chanting, I was unable to keep track of them because my computer crashed in that way. And dear Carrie King, thank you for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. And dear JV, thank you for your finger heart. Om Namah Shakti Shivaya. Could have been 6 hours later, Yam's mom, my mom, comes to wake me up for the day. That would be funny. Namaste, everyone. So grateful that we got the chance to explore these things together. Much love for all of you. Now we are concluding our Sangha for realsies. And with that, I hope you know that you are loved beyond understanding. And no matter what circumstances may be prevailing in your life, there is a part of you that will always live through it. And that is the best part of you. Your soul, your spirit. Fire cannot burn it. Water cannot wet it. Wind cannot dry it. Not even a surgeon's scalpel can pierce it. You are not this abode of flesh and bones, which sleeps, decays, and dies. You are immortal consciousness, the Lord of the earth and skies. All right. This whole recording will be uploaded to my Yamsox Live's YouTube channel. So you're welcome to see the whole 7-hour live stream or however long it's been there, unedited. And in the description, there'll be a comprehensive chapter system for you to click on any moment which speaks to your heart. And the specific readings and meditations, they will be clipped out too and put in dedicated playlists. So please check that out if you find that of value. But in any case, may this live stream be an offering to the divinity within you. Much love to everyone here, recurring and new. Om. Asato ma satgamaya, tamaso ma jyotirgamaya, murtyor ma amritangamaya. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om. Lead us from the unreal to the real, from darkness into light, from death to immortality. Om. Peace, peace, peace. May you all have a wonderful rest of your evening, your night, your morning, your afternoon, whatever time it is for you. Above all, may you all have a wonderful rest of your present moment. Namaste.